I'd like to call to order the King George County Board of Supervisors for February 6, 2024.
One second, that's my time. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the King George Service Authority Board of Directors.
We will have a invocation by Mr. Sullins, and then we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance right after that. Please stand.
Nothing county government, where I think you can live in a place where we can choose our own destiny and make these decisions. I pray that you help us to be kind, compassionate, listening to one another, to these residents. All our conversations with
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are there any amendments to the agenda for the King George Board of Supervisors? Seeing none,
Are there any amendments to the King George Service Authority Board of Directors agenda? Seeing none, Mr. Collins?
I'd like to open the floor for public comment for the King George Board of Supervisors and King George Service Authority. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name, district when submitting your public comment so that it can be properly included in the public record. Thank you. Do we have anyone in the audience who would like to make a public comment? Come forth and you shall be heard.
Thank you. Ready? Adam Simonoff, 5340 Gordon Drive, Dahlgren District. Please reduce our residential real estate taxes. The board should not demand homeowners pay higher taxes when we have annual defense funding flowing through our county. Grow our local economy before you exercise your option to raise taxes. In 2005, the Board of Supervisors recognized the Dahlgren Navy base as a valuable asset to the local economy and asked Congress to save it from base realignment and closure or BRAC. In 2024, this board can ask Congress to fund more local multi-million-dollar defense contracts, and it can offer economic incentives to DoD contractors who settle in King George. The Navy doesn't pay taxes for federally owned land. Per the U.S. Census, the King George median per capita income is only $44,500 per year, which is better for our local economy and young people. A minimum wage job or a $50,000 a year starting salary for coding at a local property tax paying defense contractor. Now, isn't that part of our economic director's job? With the support of this board, how are you going to address this? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Level.
Hi, my name is Ana Maria Lobo, and I live. My name is Ana Maria Lobo. I live in Presidential Lakes. Tonight, I want to thank you for the job you are doing. It's not going to be easy. I will also like for you to work together and to be transparent. The Service Authority was great in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. They had no debt. The problem was that they did not fix things that they needed to be fixed. I used to live in Beverly Estates. The water and sewage was very expensive. The water smelled like rotten eggs, and I complained all the time. Then I moved to Presidential Lakes in the 90s. I had to pay an association fee, but each year, but my water bill was flat, $20 every 2 months. Then the Service Authority bought Presidential Lake's water system in 1994, and then they went to a meter system. And my water bill doubled, and plus we had to pay debt. Well, I hope you'll be able to fix this problem. I have come to so many meetings in the past, I was ready to give up because I saw well-educated people unable to solve these problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? Seeing no others, Mr. Dines, is there anyone online?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any correspondence to the board? All right, we'll close public comments and reports of members of the board. Mr. Sullins?
Thank you, sir. I want to thank Mr. Simanoff, Ms. Lobel for making your comments. I appreciate y'all coming out. I appreciate everybody else coming out as well tonight. So thank you for getting involved. Meetings that I've been able to go to over the last few weeks. I met with Mr. Roberts of the Fredericksburg Regional Alliance, along with Mr. Stroud here. It was interesting to learn more about that, especially since I'm now part of that group. Also, I want to thank Mr. Nick Miner for pulling together a group of folks from the George Washington Regional Commission and helping us understand what that is. And got to attend some of those meetings, so that was interesting and educational. I want to thank Mr. Lynch for inviting me to join him and his friends, the Friends of the Trail. I've been pretty adamant from the beginning throughout the running of this that I'll go wherever people want to talk. And while it wasn't really meant to hijack his meeting, I'm afraid that probably did. My intent was to stay and after the meeting was over, chat, with anybody that wanted to have. It's God. He tells me to hurry up and wrap it up. Anyway, it's a small group of people that had some interest in county business. So I really appreciate you introducing me to your friends, and thank you for that. I also want to thank Ms. Bender and the folks within BOD for hosting us for a tour of the wastewater treatment plant a couple weeks ago. We got to go tour Dahlgren and the Perkins Corner plants. I'm hoping to get back out and see the rest of them. It's eye-opening, the shape that they're in, but it's really cool to actually get to chat with the folks from Bowdoin and know the expertise that they're bringing to bear and working to try to fix some of the problems that we're dealing with. And that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Stroud.
Sir, I didn't catch your name regarding your comments regarding Dahlgren, but thank
Adam Simenoff.
Simon. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments. So I think we're aware of the importance of Dahlgren, and definitely want to see how we can leverage that to the county's advantage where we can. So appreciate that. Always appreciate your comments, Ms. Santa Maria. So, but Mr. Sullins has already mentioned the meetings and such, and that we attended. So it was very informative. I think right now the biggest things we had ahead of us, of course, is the budget. And we had a budget meeting last week, and we're continuing to work on that. So for those community members that are reaching out, and want to talk, we're available. So please do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Adam, thank you very much for coming out. I get all your emails, and it's a lot of emails. I think it's about every day, right? And it's I'm gonna put them all in a folder and make a book. It's gonna be about that thick by the end of my 4 years. A lot of information, and you bring a lot of heart to what you're doing. I know that you care a lot about our community, and you've lived here for a number of years. Dahlgren's always been a great partner of ours, and we've always done everything we can to partner with them. They've been here since I was born and before that. So we're going to continue to do that, and we reach out to them. As far as taxes, I don't understand why the last board raised taxes. It's still something that we ran on. I can tell you that raising taxes is not something that is in the agenda, and we're doing everything we can because it's just not a plan. it comes up sometimes, well, maybe I could, no, we're not doing that. Our county was a plus 46 some $million last year. I don't see any reason why we're raising people's taxes or why they're raising them to begin with. And we do an assessment every 4 years on things, and maybe that's something that we're have to bump up and do something a little bit sooner with someone with some know-how who knows what they're doing in order to address those things. As far as the service authority, I answer emails about every day. People question about service authority and things of that about our water, Miss Anna, and it's something that we're taking on. And every business is part of your question as well. Every business that comes here, and I talk to businesses, weekly that want to come here and they want to develop, they want to do things. And part of that plan, they know that part of that is partnering with us and helping us build our service authority and partner with us to help not just come here and make your money and roll out of town, but come here and when you leave, it's better for you having been here. That's the main thing. We want real partners with us. And I appreciate everyone being here tonight. It's a good crowd. And I appreciate you guys taking interest in the local government and in your community. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bender.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank everyone for coming as always. Ms. Anna Maria, I'm going to be talking about the Service Authority and what I've been doing and going to bring forward to the board next meeting. So wait till that part of the agenda. We'll get Mr. Simonoff. It's nice to see you in person again. I've seen you for quite a few years and you do a lot of research. So I appreciate your time and effort. So at the last budget meeting, I was virtual and online because I was down at the local government day in the down at the General Assembly. It was very informative. I learned a lot. I want to thank Mr. Stewart for recognizing me when I went to visit the General Assembly on the floor. And it was interesting to watch. And I have to say, if you really want to learn how to run a meeting, watch Lieutenant Governor Winsome Sears run a meeting and how she organizes it. I was very impressed, and I heard from both sides of the aisle that they love how she runs a meeting, and I'm amazed at how she's able to remember everything you have to say at that level, because it was pretty cool to be able to watch it and see some school groups being recognized and some other community groups. One of the things a lot of people have been asking about All Points Broadband, I was able to attend what they call the lighting ceremony about a week ago, where they basically flipped the switch to turn part of the system on, which is Dahlgren first. And it has to do why Dahlgren is first. That's where the main hub is. It's called King 3. And then there's hubs that come off of it. But they lit that up and they're hoping to get all the systems up and running real soon. They're having an issue with some of the utility poles, especially in Shiloh. And there was a Dominion representative there. And I made sure to tell her, so when are you going to get those poles up so that we can, I'll tell you definitely for Shiloh, I get emails once a week from different members of Shiloh on their internet. So I'm hoping I got a point through that. Please put up those poles so we can get the rest of the project underway. One other thing I would like to tell you about it is they have been putting fiber everywhere. And so their intention is once the grant is done to be able to offer it to more citizens in the community, but they can only right now give it to so many people based on the grant. But hopefully they can open up to the whole county afterwards. I did attend the regional summit, was talking about regional branding and tourism that was put on by the Fredericksburg Chamber of Commerce. I also attended several meetings of GWRC in Fampo, including the Rural Transportation Authority Subcommittee, which I've supplied my colleagues with. A lot of paper, everybody and more information so that we could further look at this. This is something that was decided on last year to put together a small subcommittee to discuss the 5 localities and how a transportation authority might be okay, good, bad in each jurisdiction. And I still have some concerns concerning how it benefits King George, but I do appreciate their staff for going the extra mile to giving us a thorough presentation and research, including their engineer giving prices for different possible projects. And it was amazing to learn that one roundabout, sort of like the one that's at Central Park at the mall, is $10 million. It's a lot of money. And based on the system right now at in the Virginia BDOT for smart scale, they're looking for more money to go towards projects. So there's going to be more local match required. So think of a $10 million project in local match, and that's how they want more local match to win these projects, or they want big regional projects. So keep that in mind. And then also I want to put out a thank you to Emboden for our lovely wastewater and water tour. I still have to get to Oakland Park. In all my years, I haven't been to Oakland Park, but I've been to a lot of the wells. I've seen some wells that I don't understand why we still have online, and maybe that's a discussion that we could talk about, because it doesn't make sense, especially the Bunbury well. But so I do appreciate taking their time and spending a day. Mr. Solons was able to join me for a little while. So that's all I have for now. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Ms. Bender. Close the reports to members of the Board of Supervisors.
All right. I would like to add one report before we move on to the full agenda of the Service Authority Board of Directors. Let me make sure I get this Rothbottom. Robot. I'm going to get it eventually, but Lee, go ahead for your report.
Sure, thank you. Appreciate everybody coming out, and it's great to see a lot of participation here. So I appreciate everybody's time and everything that you guys have done to come out and talk to us this evening. Miss Anna Maria, I want to say I echo some of your concerns when it comes to the Service Authority, and that's why when I was asked to sit up here, I was happy to volunteer for this job. And I am a citizen and a customer of the Water Authority, and I have some concerns. But as Mr. Sullins put it as well, it is a eye-opening operation that is really going on here within the Service Authority. There's a lot of I'd say complications and some issues that have been identified by the recent board of directors here. And I think it's a challenge that all of us have been willing to accept. And there are changes that want to be made. And I think with Ms. Bender leading the charge here, it's something that I think we will eventually be able to conquer. So I would just ask you to hold fast and just be patient as we continue to try and uncover things that were unknown before, and as we try and tackle this big problem. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to move on to consent agenda for the, we want to do the Board of Supervisors consent agenda first, Mr. Collins? Go ahead.
Consent agenda for the Board of Supervisors. Is there any motions?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented for the Board of Supervisors.
Second.
Properly second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Constitutional officers, Commissioner of Revenue, Ms. Puckett, you have anything for us? Okay. Thank you. Sheriff Giles. Thank you. Mr. Jones. Not seeing Mr. Jones. Durham County Attorney report, Mr. Stewart. Thank you.
All right. Now move on to the consent agenda for the Board of Directors. Do I have a motion for approval?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda for the King George Board of Directors.
I have a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Chair votes aye, motion carries. All right, action items, the approval of the Board of Directors bylaws. Mr. Stewart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, after the first meeting, when we went through and discussed the changes that you all would like to have, we went back and addressed those. They have been, I believe, before the public and published, and I think you all have had time. I can either go through them, unless you all have looked at them. It's really your pleasure, Madam Chair, as to what you want to do.
All right.
If we've missed something, please tell us.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a couple questions, but I want to offer it up to the board if they have any other questions.
No.
All right. One question I have is, and this might just be an oversight, on the board of directors, the electronic meeting information.
Where specifically are you asking?
No, just asking, do we need to include that in there? Because we used to have it, there was an electronic meeting requirement.
If, Madam Chair, if you all would like to have a electronic meetings section, we can certainly draft that for you. It's ever changing, so we might want to wait until after like March. Because there are a bunch of bills going through right now to expand and change, but yeah, we can do an electronic provision for you if you want that in there.
Is that consensus to wait till after March, but maybe to have some language about electronic meeting requirements? Okay.
Is that the will of the board?
Yes, consensus. Second one was on page 3, the confidentiality and privilege. I just had a question about NDAs in that one.
Section 3? No.
Page 3, number 5.
What's your question?
How does that go for NDAs? That was my question.
I don't see this as being a non-disclosure agreement. A non-disclosure agreement is something that you sign that binds you to it. It's a contract. And this provision would just be rules of procedure or bylaws that you're adopting to say you're not going to take those things out.
Okay. And then I only have 2 other ones. Number is on page 9, roster and information. I was going to bring this up in the Board of Supervisors one, is the sign up in advance. I'm not comfortable with having to make individuals sign up in advance. That's a requirement to have first public comment. But if that's just a wish, it's number 4. It's also in the supervisor packet too. Page 9. I originally wrote on my thing, maybe that that first part to be struck. What does the board feel about that? Are you able to read that one? It says individuals wishing to speak at the first public comment shall be required to sign up in advance, providing their name and address on a list provided for this purpose by the clerk.
How far in advance? I mean,
That's why I was asking.
yeah, I mean, if we want to put a list out front and people can sign up as they walk in, I'm fine with that. If we're asking for 2 to 3 days in advance, I think that's a bit onerous.
We agreed previously that it was a sign-up list that was out front.
I just wanted to clarify to make sure, because it could be interpreted. And then my last one is on,
So, Madam Chair, I want to make sure I understand what the board is saying. Do you want that in there or not?
I mean, I don't mind if it's struck, but what does the board feel about that one?
Well, if they're going to sign up here, I've seen a reason to have it in there at all.
What do you think, Mr. Chairman?
I'm kind of in line with Mr. Davis. I mean, if they're just signing up here, I don't
Just take that provision out.
take it out, I guess.
Mr. Collins?
It doesn't matter to me either way.
Ms. Sala? Mr.
I'm good
Sala?
with taking it out.
Okay. For the board of directors, is what I'm just asking, number 4, roster and information to be consensus to be taken out. And then the last one is page 10 under motions. I just wanted clarification because as a director may announce their intent to seek board action but not making a motion during their report, except as allowed by the chairman. I just wanted to clarify if that is, you can, at the end of it, you can say, I would like to make a motion somewhere. Where would that be included in the agenda? I just wanted clarification because you might want to make a motion later and it's not in the original agenda or on a topic that might be discussion. Or is that getting a little too much in the weeds? That's okay. We could talk about it offline.
Well, It's whatever you all want. This says they can't make a motion during their report. If you want to change that, we can do it any way you want to do it. But that is essentially the rule now.
Okay,
And they can't make a motion anyway, quite frankly. They've got to ask you all to do it.
okay. I just wanted clarification on that. I'm good for the rest except for striking out number 4. Is there any other further questions on the board of directors? Do I have a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve the rules and bylaws as discussed.
With the one change,
Yes.
correct? And second?
Second.
So we have a motion probably second. Any further discussion?
And just to clarify, Madam Chair, the motion to approve is to approve deleting provision number 4, requiring people to sign up at the first public comment period.
Correct. So we have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Chair votes aye, motion carries. All right. Next up is Mr. Mark Imboden from Imboden Environmental Services. The explanation of overtime hours worked of Imboden Environmental Services for winter services. Thank you for coming.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. I'm not Mark Imboden. He wasn't able to make it tonight, but for those of you who do not know, I'm John Simmons. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Imboden Environmental Services. And I come here tonight to explain the invoice that we submitted for, it's emergency operations and more of a repair than it is for wintertime operations. You know, one thing we have when you all come out for your tours, Mr. Solons and Ms. Bender, it was, you've seen some of the conditions of the facilities. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. So what we have at Hop Yard Wastewater Treatment Plant is only half of Hop Yard has been operational since 2018. You know, one half of the plant has been, you know, they were taking parts from one, putting it to the other, and never got that plant back online, never had it repaired. So during the month of December, during one of the high storms or the heavy rainstorms, there was a pipe in the ground or something happened that was giving more I to the facility, increased flow. This higher flow has made one half of that plant unable to treat the wastewater. So we had to bring the other plant back online that had been offline since 2018. You know, that had a lot of challenges, caused a lot of overtime for us, a lot of different time for the maintenance guys as well. So we brought that plant back online and we are now treating the inflow, but we really still need to find the cause of the additional flow. There has been a lot of build out in the subdivision, a lot more residents, a lot more houses. That is also increasing the flow to the facility, but something broke in the ground, in the collection system during the storms in December that is sending more rainwater to us than what the facility is really able to treat. With both SBRs online, we can maintain treatment, but it is still something that you need to fix, you know, and that's really what the reason for this invoice is.
You have questions, Mr. Sin? Mr. Collins?
How much was the invoice for?
For $6,000.
$6,000?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And I also just wanted to clarify with you, part of the reason for the overtime is by requirement from Department of Environmental Quality, we have certain permits and nutrient levels, and so we have to make sure the plant is running right. So that's a 24/7 job, correct?
Absolutely. And, you know, you got two options. You can either let the tank overflow and it go on the ground with raw sewage on the ground, or you have to send it through the facility, you know, at a much faster rate, which you're not going to meet your permit limits if you have to do that. So it really was no other option but to put the plant back online.
Does anybody else have any questions concerning this matter?
Do not.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next up is RFP for on-call water and sewer line repair. Ms. Donna Hahn, Director of Finance.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. We discussed this briefly at the last meeting, and based on a situation that we had for an emergency procurement to fix a leak in one of the lines. At that time, I had mentioned to everyone that we used to have two separate contracts for on-call water and sewer line repairs. One of them was a primary contract with Bay Country, and due to some of the issues with timing of response and everything, the Service Authority decided to not renew after it had the initial term and one renewal, and after that, it was not renewed. The secondary contract that we had, that contractor themselves decided that because they weren't the primary, that they chose not to renew after the first term. So currently, the Service Authority does not have an on-call water and sewer line repair contract. In your packet tonight was a copy of the RFP that was prepared for the Service Authority back when Mr. Weekly was the general manager, and it was prepared for him through engineering department. And so that was in there for your review to see if you want to pursue a on-call water and sewer line contract, and then we would modify this RFP and put it back out for solicitation if that's the will of the board.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Any question? So, hold on a second. So what do everyone feel about putting out an RFP for the water and sewer line repair? Go ahead, Mr. Collins.
This is a discussion item.
Right. But we'll bring it up next time. I'm just trying to get some feedback. Do you guys want to think about it for the next meeting?
Yeah, well, for me, that's what it is, yeah.
And then a second, Mr. Eisenmeis is here. Do you have any questions since he's head of our maintenance department? Any questions concerning why this is needed?
That could be nice.
Mr. Eisenmeis, can you come up? Sorry, I put it on your spot here.
Sir.
Mr. Davis, do you have a question?
Just an explanation of why it's needed.
Sometimes if we're on other leaks doing the same thing, or we have a large road closure or something like that, we need larger equipment, such as one of the Fairview Beach issues we had. We had another issue with 20-some inches of asphalt. They had to bring in a 60,000-pound machine to actually get through that in the middle of the night, everything frozen. But sometimes they have the parts and equipment that we don't have on hand to do it.
This is the same discussion we had about buying that equipment, right?
Yeah, that's part of it. I mean, we're at 90% doing everything ourselves, but there will be a need at times that we need traffic control, that kind of thing. They're all set up for that. It'd be a big deal for us to actually get that in the house.
What did we decide to do about buying the equipment?
That was what I was going to bring up and discuss later, but that we'd have to have prices and, put out for bid and get from Mr. Eisenmeis what exactly we're looking for. But I know there is some equipment, like the incident with the one of the wells, is that's not something normally you'd have on hand because you only need it once in a while to go 800 feet to pull up a pump, correct?
Yeah, we wouldn't do that.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. Anything else?
Does anybody else have a question? No, thank you. Ms. Hahn?
So you mentioned about the well. This contract would not be for well.
Right, I'm just using that as an example.
Right.
Sometimes there are jobs that you only need the equipment one time, and it would be silly to buy it if you only need it once every 10 years.
Yes, and there are cooperative contracts that if you did go that route to purchase a piece of equipment, that we wouldn't have to put out for solicitation. We could purchase off of a cooperative. There's also cooperative contracts for leasing of equipment. The one that the Commonwealth of Virginia had was slated to expire. They were working on a renewal. I haven't had a moment to check that, but I will do that. Check on that to see if that's been updated now to the EVA website. And for those of you who don't know, EVA is Electronic Virginia. It's the site where the Commonwealth of Virginia posts contracts, and they also post some that they do, but also cooperative contracts with other states even. on there. So I just want some clarification. Do you want me to bring this back as an action item?
Yes.
At the next meeting?
Is that the will of the board? Is it Mr. Sullins?
Sorry, before you slip away, I wanted to ask you a question. You brought up the point of cooperative contracts from state to state. Have we looked at neighboring counties to see if they have some of the equipment that we need that maybe we could lease or borrow, or if we're going to buy, maybe we enter into a partnership with neighboring counties so that we're not footing the entire bill and we can share these things?
No, we have not.
Okay. It might be something worth looking into.
Thank you, Mr. Sullins. That's a good idea. I got to write that on my list. Thank you, Ms. Hahn. All right, the next up is public comment on Fairview Beach wastewater permit. Mr. Richard Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, in September of 2023, the Service Authority applied for the issuance of a discharge elimination system. It's a permit for the wastewater treatment plant. And this is just an information item for you all to let you know that there is a public comment period that is open now through DEQ on the permit that will close on February 9th. February 9th. You don't need any action on this. This is just informational only.
Mr. Stewart, where can somebody go find that information if they want to make a comment?
If you go to the DEQ website and you sort of have to navigate, and I can't tell you how to do it because I'm not that electronically sophisticated, but you can figure it out. And it'll tell you the different permits out there and give you an option to do public comment on it.
And for public clarification, this is something that normally occurs. The permits only last so long, correct?
This is standard operating procedure. The permits last a certain amount of time. They come back in, they review everything, make sure you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. They draft the permit as they have here, and then they put it out for public comment just to get the public's opinion on things. And they do listen to the public comment, I will tell you. And sometimes it changes things.
All right, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Stewart on this matter? All right, thank you. All right, next up, SA 0206, resolution to rescind the Service Authority merger resolution. Mr. Stewart?
Madam Chair, you all discussed at the last meeting, I think, that you wanted to undo the Service Authority merger with the county. That is not an item that you can do a reconsideration on or something like that. So we've prepared a resolution to actually rescind that because it's a statutory process to do that merger, and this is the proper way to unwind that if that's what you all choose to do.
So I'll get board feedback, discussion, questions. Mr. Sullins? Jim? Mr. Davis? Mr. Collins? All right. So this is just a discussion item. So can you bring that back on the next meeting so we can make it an action item? Or we can move it to an action item right now if I have a motion. Mr. Collins?
I would request, since it's a discussion item, not to go on action until next meeting.
So we'll move it to the next meeting as an action item.
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you very much. So next up is the update on the leadership and organizational structure of the Service Authority. So far to the public, so what I've done in the month, it's been a month, it's been kind of amazing, it's been a month. My whole goal was to do historical research, current research, and to come up with paths forward so I could bring it to the board and we decide what path we want to go down. Because I know it's very important to hire a general manager in that, but it is also very important to know what path we're going down so we find the right person for the job. Because I know, number one, I wouldn't want to hire somebody and say we decided to sell the Service Authority. You're hiring somebody and then you're letting them go. That's not very fair to the person you bring here. So my intention with talking to all the people I've talked to in Bowdoin, I've talked to our staff. I had a nice lunch with our maintenance staff, and they're very enthusiastic, and they really want to see the Service Authority succeed. And the enthusiasm from them was cool, and I really enjoyed getting their feedback on things they thought they could improve. And Bowdoin has given a list that I've shared with my colleagues of from the highest need to the lowest needs of things we improve. So there are costs. There is personnel, training, there's a bunch of different things, but we need to know what path we're on. So my intention is at the next meeting, and I'm starting it on Thursday by spending a day in the service authority and starting the process of typing it all up so that my colleagues can see, the cost factor, what's needed, and the different paths that we can take so we can come up with an educated decision to make sure that our citizens have the right path, that we're going on to, I'm not going to say save the service authority, but put it in the right direction. And my biggest thing that I wanted to do is to make sure that we make an attempt to do it the right way and not just come up with quick decisions. I was not a fan of the merger because I thought that the timeline wasn't right and we didn't have enough things in place and a path voted on for it. So my intention is to do that in the next meeting. So I'm going to take some feedback. Mr. Solomons had a good idea already from my colleagues of anything that they would like to see in that report. So I'll start with Mr. Solomons.
I don't have anything to add at this time.
Mr. Davis? Mr. Collins?
Are we talking about SA0207
Yes.
or SA0208?
I was talking about SA0207.
So what's the update on the leadership and organizational structure of the service authority?
That's what I was talking about.
I didn't catch that. What I caught was, if I can repeat, was that the problems that exist and the cost of getting the problems squared away, which seem to be under the next one, the evaluation of the service authority.
Well, my intention is to put together a report that would come up with an organizational structure, because you have different organizational structures. You have, if you merge it as a county department, you have one organizational structure. If you leave it the way it is, it's a different organizational structure, maybe with different tweaks. There are other ideas. There's the selling, there's a cooperative, there are different facets. So my intention was to have each path, and then it has an organizational structure with the path, and to give different options of a general manager or a public utilities director. What does that encompass? What would that job description look like, so we can send it out to have somebody fill that position? So that is my intention by the next meeting. I apologize I was not able to do it at this meeting, but as a lot of people in the public know, we've had a lot on our plate in the last month, and I wanted to make sure that I did the right research so we can make the best decision for our constituents and the residents. So, Mr. Collins, any other?
I appreciate, and I think I like the way forward that you're going. I haven't seen, but I would like to get what Bowden sent over for what they believe their priorities are. I'll get with you on that so we can take a look at that. But otherwise, I think what you said is going down the right path, and I think it sounds good.
All right, thank you. And I'll make sure that what Bowden sent me, when we tweak it a little bit and put it in a nice presentation, I'm going to put it in the packet so the public can also see it. So that's very important, but I want to make sure that everything's in there, because it's one thing to release information if it doesn't have the explanation behind the information. So I want to make sure that it's very transparent and open so people can read it and ask questions and get some public input and my board of directors input. Is there any other questions on that?
No.
All right. Thank you. The next is the update, which is SA0208 on the evaluation of the service authority facilities. Mr. Bryce Young, County Engineer.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. County Engineering has acquired an estimated price for the limited valuation of the service authority assets through a professional services agreement. This valuation would include all hard assets. I do have a copy of the scope if you would like to reference it, if Mr. Dines. And the unofficial estimate of this would be 40 to 50,000. And with the board's direction, I can proceed with the scope.
All right, I'll open it up. I'm going to go down to each member of the board. Mr. Sullins, do you have any questions? Or things we might like to see?
No, not at this time.
Mr. Davis?
No, not this time.
Mr. Collins?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair. We do need to know an outside evaluator of the assets of the water and wastewater utility valuation to determine whether we'll keep the service authority, we'll sell it, or we'll do a hybrid of the two. So, I don't want a company that would want to buy it to evaluate it. I'd want us to have a company that we paid for evaluate the entire service authority to see what the value is. Thank you.
So I guess right in the beginning here, it says, maybe I didn't catch it when you were saying it, a limited valuation of the assets. What do we mean when we say limited valuation instead of a full valuation?
So the limited evaluation would be more or less a building block if we decide to go to the full valuation. And I had a lot of questions about this myself, and talking with the professional services firm, they explained to me that a limited valuation would be compared to like a personal worth statement. You have your assets and you have your liabilities. Whereas a full valuation would be compared to a valuation of a business. And this would cost 2 to 3 times as much, be about a year-long process, and would only be entered into if selling the service authority was a serious commitment.
Okay, so as you said, the limited valuation would be what you do before a full valuation. So we only go to the full valuation if the board actually decides to move forward with the one route. Otherwise, we just see what we got with the limited and just stop there.
Correct.
Okay. I have no other questions right now.
Mr. Collins?
So I'm more interested in not so much the liabilities because we know what the liabilities are. I want a valuation of the assets. The assets including vehicles, tanks, the whole operation of the asset of the real property. What's the asset is. I'm not so interested in having a business approach.
That would be covered under the limited.
All the assets.
Yes.
Mr. Young, do we have to put this out for an RFP?
As it sits there, it could go through a professional services agreement. So we wouldn't have to the best of my knowledge.
Ms. Hahn, can you clarify that for us?
So I haven't seen the scope that he gave to you all tonight, so I don't know if, lots of times we get one of our contractors, we have 7 different professional services agreement with different firms, that there are some that could specialize in this type of work. And so if that is the case and we were to go with one of those 7, we would not have to put in an RFP. We
All
could
right.
get a proposal from them and then proceed with a purchase order. We could bring that back for approval to move forward.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. So can you be prepared to bring this as on the next board meeting, Mr. Young? And if any of my colleagues have any other questions, to reach out to Mr. Young so that we can, Mr. Solons?
Of those 7 contractors, how many of them have the skills and knowledge to perform what we're asking for?
I'm not exactly sure the exact number, but I can reach out and get
Is-
those scopes and prices associated with it.
Is it more than one? I mean, I don't want to inadvertently default into, we have to pick the only one that we're working with because we don't want to do an RFP and we go more expensive than it has to be.
We can always choose to do RFP to the best of my knowledge, but I can reach out to a different firm if you would like me to do that as well.
I think for now, I'd just like to know more about the 7 that we already have contracts with.
Okay, that would fall onto just in general the professional services. You want to know more about those?
Yeah, just do they have the skills that they need to provide this, so that we can actually have some competition and determine, which one would provide us the most comprehensive assessment for the value of what we're paying them.
Okay.
Be able to look into that for us and bring that as part of the informational?
Yeah, I can.
All right, thank you. Does any other? Right. Thank you, Mr. Young.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have the AMI metering project update. Ms. Patty Norris Barker. I know you brought display items too. And I want to thank you and Tiffany Gray for helping put together this presentation. This has been a while.
Good evening, Madam Chair and board members. Thank you for allowing me to present to you this evening. Mr. Dines, am I going to get some visuals? So the AMI metering project, this is to install meters, replace all the meters that are in the system so that we can do it more efficiently. The Service Authority staff has been reading approximately 4,200 meters bi-monthly using various metering equipment. And I have brought to you what they had been doing. They had the handheld and the wand. These were used they would actually touch the meter, each individually meter, and it would read into this handheld, which then I would upload to the system for billing. We also had automated radio read meters, and they talked directly to the handheld. And then the Camstrike AMR meters, they would read through their cell phones. Okay. And of course, all this mixtures of different styles of metering brought a lot of challenges. It contributed to the length of the meter reading cycle, and that was, prohibitive of billing monthly. Meter reading was accomplished with a staff of 2 maintenance personnel, taking 17 business days every 2 months. The goals of the metering were to free up man hours from actual reading to focus on preventative maintenance and other necessary tasks, possibly billing monthly and bringing the billing back from the third-party billing company. Advertisements for bids it was advertised in August of 2021. The bids were received in October of 2021. The contract was awarded to Fortiline Waterworks for the purchase and installation of 3,900 meters with the associated collection equipment and programming in May of 2022. Meters, collectors, and associated equipment were purchased June 1st, 2022. A propagation study was done for the placement of the meter collectors in July. And this is a picture of the one at Hop Yard wastewater or water plant. It's on the top of that tank. 8 collectors were installed, and they're listed here: Monmouth, Owens, Claydell, Arnold's Corner, Fairview Beach, Oakland Park, Hop Yard, and Perkins Corner. And these all would collect the reads from this meter after it was installed in the ground. And then the meter installation itself started in August of 2022, and the systems: Hop Yard Farm, Oakland Park, Monmouth Village, Chatham Village, Westbury, and this is a meter that is actually installed, and you can see the antenna wire. This is a meter that the signal did not reach outside of the meter box, so they had to put an additional antenna on it so that it would send the read. The installation of these meters and collectors took 8 days off of the meter reading process, and that was by the end of December of 2022. 8 days were off of the process. The installation of the next route started in March of 23 with Eden Estates, Peppermill, Claydell, Canterbury, Owens, Fairview Beach, Potomac Landing, Bayberry, and Dahlgren. 2 more collectors needed to be installed to enhance the collectivity of the meters. One was installed at 9 Store Water System, that being the most remote of the systems, and on Arnold's Corner to boost the connectivity for Mohawk and Eden Estates. The project has reached substantial completion in December of 23. Final completion is yet to be determined. There are areas where the meters aren't sending the reads consistently, and Fort Align is working diligently toward final completion. You have any questions?
Does anybody have any questions? Mr. Solms? Mr. Davis?
But there's no time frame of when it's going to be done.
It's very close, and Fort Align being the supplier of the meters, they will be always available if we run into any problems in the future. So I would say by the end of March, I will have completion.
Thank you.
Mr. Collins?
So for the meters, is it all the customer meters are installed? We're just troubleshooting some that aren't being
There-
read accurately?
There's still a few that the installation is because of the situation in the meter barrel. Our staff will need to replace some setters, the actual cradle that the meter sets in. There were some that they were seized. The meter itself had seized to the cradle. So it's a lot of just little cleanup is what's happening now.
Okay, just the bulk of the
The bulk has been completed.
installation at the customer end is for the most part been done?
Yes.
Okay.
This week, we are reading meters, and it's, they've read 4 days, 2 hours each day, so that's 8 hours. Dwindled down from 17 days to 8 hours.
I want to thank you for the presentation. I mean, I know it's very important, especially as you just stated, it frees up the maintenance to actually do more maintenance because they don't have to go out and read the meters. And also it opens up the possibility of the third party leaving and to billing, and the fact that citizens can actually monitor their water flow and see when there might be a high usage, check that there's a problem.
Well, there is a program that is available that a customer portal, that was not included in the original bid, and that would give the customer the opportunity to go on the portal themselves. They could set alarms for usage, they could set alarms for possible leaks, and they could see their daily usage.
Well, I thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, the last thing on the agenda for the Board of Directors, is there anyone who would like to give a secondary public comment to address business matters that we discussed in this meeting? Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name and district when submitting your public comments so they can be properly recorded and included in the public record. Would anybody like to come up just on the Board of Directors? Anybody? All right, well, I'll close public. Oh, is there anybody online, Mr. Dines?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I will close public comment. And now do I have a motion for adjournment for the Board of Directors?
A motion that we adjourn to Tuesday, February 20th, 2024 at 5:30 PM in the Robert H. Combs Boardroom.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, I have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Chair votes aye, motion carries. The meeting of the Board of Directors is now adjourned. Mr. Collins?
Thank you. Ms. Tina Lance, the Dean of Professional and Technical Studies and Workforce Development with Germanna Community College and King George High School.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you. My name is Tina Lance. As he mentioned, Dean of Professional Technical Studies and Workforce Development. And I have with me Bob Dixon, who works with employers, counties, high schools across the 7 regions that we support to basically help people get a skill and get a job. And so what we wanted to talk with you about is just something we're doing here in King George that we wanted you to have the knowledge of. We're presenting to the EDA on Thursday night too, but we thought it'd be a good opportunity. So with that, yes, sir. Thank you. When you think about workforce, one of the things we're really focused on, I think from the whole state level, is workforce development. And we know that from a labor market standpoint, one, it's short. Many people are looking for people to fill jobs. And secondly, we want our community to stay in our community. And so one of the things we've done is reorganize and situate ourselves to where we're focused on 4 different pillars: the business, IT, healthcare, and skilled trades. And so our entire focus is how do we help people get credentials to very quickly get into the workplace and get a job. And so when you think about it from a business perspective, one of the things we have that help people very quickly is project management professional. That's a credential, industry credential that people can obtain in order to help them better manage projects. So that's just one example. We have several more. I put a few of the high top ones up here just to shorten it. IT, CompTIA, fundamentals, A+. We work with Mike Clark and the folks you talk over there at Dahlgren. We spend quite a bit of time over there helping them because what is primarily the people that are on that base? Civilians. And so what skills do they need to actually get a job right there? And when you think about CompTIA, fundamentals, cybersecurity, A+, that's key. If we can get someone with those credentials, we can place them pretty quickly into an entry-level job somewhere around $50,000 a year. So that's a good starting out. When you think about healthcare, CNA, CMA, medical office specialist, phlebotomy, EMT, AEMT is partnering with our local schools. That's where we've gone into some of the school districts to see how can we partner with them to bring these type of programs so that they can very quickly train those high school seniors. I'll talk about that in a few moments, so that by the time they graduate, they're not only graduating with a high school diploma, and if they choose to do dual enrollment to get an associate degree, they can go down that pathway. But what about a credential that when they graduate, they can automatically get a job? And then the last piece is the skilled trades. Core craft is our entry level, where we basically go through 76 hours of training, where it goes over basic safety. They get an OSHA 10 credential as part of that training. We talk about the different pathways, and those pathways: electrical, HVAC, plumbing, welding, asphalt, fiber optic, from a fiber optic technician, solar, carpentry, and then all types of licensing recertifications. So the pilot that we are starting here with King George High School is this core craft. And basically what that partnership is all about is the high school seniors. In January of last year, we were able to get funding that was eligible for high school seniors. Let me talk about this fast forward. This is one of down here at the bottom in our legislative session. Basically, they have put quite a few millions of dollars for across our entire state to fund people to get credentials. They will pay 2/3 of those dollars. The way it works, the first third is funded by the person. So this core craft skills is basically a $600 course that includes that credential exam and everything, that the person, as long as they're a Virginia resident, would only pay the $200. The other 2/3, the second and the third, as long as they take it, go through the course, is paid through that fast forward funding. So this is what we're doing is we're working with King George High School to actually set that up. We have a trailer that we will pull over here, that inside that trailer has all of our supplies, equipment that we'll do in that class. We'll use a classroom, and basically we'll go through and teach that course on Monday and Wednesday nights from February the 21st to April the 10th. The funding, we talked about a little bit of those course and funding assistance available. And when you think about it, it's across the board. While we're doing the partnership with King George High School specifically here for seniors, that is not just limited to those seniors. So if there are adults in this area that, and it's truly the need of the community. So whatever the need, we work quite a bit with Nick, and Nick says, hey, this area we need some help, this area we need some help. What we look to do is partner with the employers also. So if I've got an electrical company or a welding company or someone who says, hey, I can either take interns or I can give up space. Automotive right now, we've been looking, which we think we have one secured in downtown Fred, but on different areas is where's there an automotive bay that has one lift that I can come in and bring our instructor as well as some materials and equipment that we have and teach ASC, which is that automotive credential for people to work on your cars. So it's really a partnership that we look at with the local community, with the board of supervisors, our EDA partners, and as you mentioned, the Chambers of Commerce, George Washington Regional Council, and also that whole Go Virginia world. So with that, we just wanted to give you an awareness of what we're doing and see if you had any questions, comments, or anything, because one thing we did leave, and Nick said he was going to give each one of you a packet that will have basically my card and information, contact information. It has Bob's, and it goes through and gives you all the different career pathways, that fast forward funding I talked about, some of the partners that we currently have, internships, just a host of information to basically help people get a skill and get a job. Questions, thoughts, comments?
Any questions? Mr. Stroud?
Sure, thank you. Yes, ma'am. On the, you talk about the mechanicing shop and stuff, does that have to be a business that they go to?
No, it doesn't have to be a business.
So if somebody had a shop, a building, that they get it, so.
Absolutely. We're
Okay.
looking at places, and typically what we do is come out, look at the space, see if it spec-wise, and then we usually will either do an MOA or an MOU, some type of memorandum, depending on if we're paying, electricity or different things. So it truly is a partnership based uniquely on whatever that situation is.
Okay, that sounds good. So what about any insurance requirements?
If we hold a class, all of our students are absolutely included in that, in the MOA or the MOU, depending on which one we choose to use. We put those provisions in there where it talks about what we cover, what's covered. But the people in general, the students that are there, regardless of the age, has our insurance coverage.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
You had, thank you very much for being here. You had, you'd mentioned like EMTs and things of that nature. Are you partnering with like local, like our fire agency here? 'Cause I know they brought to us like one of on their budget of bringing in like a trainer, and that trainer would somehow also work with our schools and things of that nature. So I wonder if you guys have talked to them about partnering up.
We haven't done it in King George yet. I will tell you, we have done it in other counties of the 7. to where we're looking at that's in one particular county a significant need, and we're partnering with them. And some of that is you use your EMTs that are currently on staff that choose to, on their off days, teach and help you partner to teach. Many times it's the clinical aspect of an EMT that you're trying to get those hours. That's difficult to do, how you put them in a clinical environment. But we found many different ways. You can take an EMT and from a clinical environment and put them in a hospital. We've done that also. So we teach them in the classroom and then go into a clinical ER. Mary Washington Healthcare is a partner. Spotsy Regional is a partner in order to get their clinical hours, in order for them to sit for the NREMT actual certification and credential.
Thank you.
But that is something, Nick, we probably should explore.
Mr. Stroud, you have something else?
Yes, sir. So that shop, does it require to have a lift, a vehicle lift?
Yes. Now, but that's the other thing when you talk about, we have put in lifts too. So it's really just depends on the individual agreement that we make.
All right. And do you have students already signed up for these courses?
Absolutely. We have waiting lists. I've got 46 on a waiting list for phlebotomy right now. You're probably going to hear quite a bit of a hiring fair because we need instructors too. And our goal is just to expand out and take our training to the community rather than expect people to drive all the way to us, is to go where they are more easily able to access.
This is very exciting. On the PMP, Project Management Professional, so the hours courses apply towards their PMI?
Correct.
Okay. And then at some point they get scheduled to go take the exam.
Part of that actual PMP includes the voucher that they use to go take that exam.
That's impressive.
Yeah, and it's all, and if you're familiar with PMP, you know what the cost is of that. And so when you've got 2/3 of that paid from the state, it's a significant reduction. And depending on what the income level is of a person, the first third can be paid through Fantic. We have many people that actually go all the way through and pay zero for an electrical, HVAC, plumbing, welding, all of those. And then I'll also mention this to you. We have a program called Germana Cares. And what that is we truly believe that if you can provide the wraparound services for a person to come and get a skill, to get a living wage job, they can be sufficient for themselves. Many of them have come out of homelessness and different things, but they also are giving back to the community. And what we've seen is we've been able and been very fortunate to write many grants to provide us those dollars to provide our students. So when they register for any of these classes and become a Germana student, you've got gas, you have flat tires, you have diapers, you have food pantries, you have many wraparound childcare, many wraparound services to help those individuals make sure they can get to class in order to get that skill and get a job. So that is, just one of the things that we feel very passionate about, is how do we not only just attract people and encourage them to come get a skill, but how do we help them, and I'll give you an example. We had one student this semester, we just got the email last week, and I was sharing it with the gentleman from Thurman Brisbane last week, where his transmission went out on his car. And they know, because we talk about Germana Cares, and if you have issues that prevent you from coming or situations, and he reached out, and Germana was able to provide him $700 toward an $1,100, I guess, transmission type repair, to where the email that he wrote back to us, not only thanking us for that contribution to help him get to school, but just the gratitude in general, it's unbelievable. So it's just something else that, as you're thinking about how we can partner. And that's what I would leave with you, is as you go through and think about your community, is what are ways, and Nick is, he just went, but Nick is very involved with us. What are ways that you think we can help you? And whatever that is, please reach out to us.
Ms. Bender?
Yes, I have two questions. One is, Are you helping them also hook up with a job upon completion? Because one of the biggest challenges sometimes you get the training and then you can't, hooking up with some maybe an internship opportunity that it gives to a full-time job.
Absolutely. So in your packet, you're going to have one that says Germanna Works. So what we have is every student that comes in, we talk to them about Germanna Works. It's where employers register, students register, and then we literally look at what are their skills, their abilities, and how do we help them match. So we do that. We do that in a variety of ways. We do that in internships as well as just outright jobs.
And then my second question is, you brought it up about Germanna Cares and helping them succeed to take the classes. Have you thought about adding in a component of childcare where you not only provide it, but maybe actually help people be trained to become childcare providers, since it is a big need in this region?
We do. We have an education program as well as a pre-K program. And then what we're doing right now, and this is another partnership. So as you think about partnerships, is a Teachers for Tomorrow where you train your own. So over in Culpeper, Madison, and Orange, what we've done with those 3 counties collectively is we've said, let's train your own teachers. So give me a high school student as a junior. Let me take them through the junior year and the senior year in like a Teachers for Tomorrow. And then James Monroe JMU has a program where they do their own line the last 3rd and 4th year, and they commit to teach back into your county and your public school system for so many years. So when they graduate high school in May, June, they start teaching in August with a provisional with that associate degree and continue that 2 years on out. So there are many different, I would say, options and opportunities that we can pursue. Absolutely.
All
So
right.
when you think of those, if you think of any, you can send them to Bob or myself, and then Nick also, because we're in quite a bit of contact with Nick, just trying to think of ways we can help the community.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Because not everybody has a desire to do the 4-year path of college, and there's so many other opportunities.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jonathan Franklin, Director of Social Services, Annual Report.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I thank you for allowing me a few moments to share the King George County Department of Social Services fiscal year 2023 annual report. This is my favorite time of the year to appear before you because I'm not asking for anything. I only seek to share a few of our accomplishments, challenges, and our strategic vision for the future. Although you have the full report before you in your packet, I'm only going to briefly speak on a few key areas of our work. The Family Services Unit serves the citizens of King George from birth to old age in the areas of child and adult protective services, permanency, which includes foster care and adoption, adult services, and resource families. That's the new term for foster families. Preventing abuse and neglect through early interventions, supportive services, and the modernized Virginia Children's Services practice model have revitalized our case practice and promoted a family-focused, child-centered, and community-based approach. In return, we have seen fewer children entering foster care, and our practice has caught the attention of the Virginia Department of Social Services. We even received a visit from Nicole Cox. She is the Director of Family Services for the Virginia Department of Social Services, and we were able to discuss our unique local practices. In our permanency cases, we have encountered, along with the rest of the state of Virginia, an increase in high acuity youth in foster care. These are children with behavioral or mental health needs that pose significant barriers to finding a stable foster care placement. This area of need became a key initiative for Governor Glenn Youngkin, who established what's called the Safe and Sound Task Force. And we engaged that task force numerous times last year for assistance in securing placement for children in our care. Despite these challenges, we have mitigated some of these needs as we embraced what we call the kinship model of utilizing family resources to not only prevent foster care, but also reunite children in foster care with relatives and natural supports. This kinship model is a system where families and relatives are involved when a case is opened. They participate in and drive the decision-making. The families provide the first placement for a child when a child is not able to reside with their parents. And then the family is considered first when an alternative to reunification, if they cannot return to their parents while in foster care, is necessary. In adult services, the state of Virginia encountered a $1 million shortfall for critical companion services for our elderly population. And a local example of this need is evident in the escalating non-emergency calls to our 911 here in King George for routine companion service needs. So in conjunction with King George Fire and Rescue, we have offered a solution in the fiscal year 25 budget to mitigate these calls and provide direct assistance from a local in-home care provider. Oh, go back, Mr. Dines, please. I'm just going to direct your attention just to the trend lines. The numbers are small, but just the trend lines. You'll see the CPS data all goes up, and the foster care data all goes down. This data is a testimony of the prevention efforts of our family services staff. Despite increasing child protective services referrals and cases, our department has seen the number of children entering or lingering in foster care plummet. We went from averaging around 30 kids in care for a very small locality down to 7 in 2022. We're hovering around 10 or below right now. Okay, next slide, please. The Benefit Programs Unit has encountered similar challenges. Following the end of the federal public health emergency, our Medicaid staff has tirelessly addressed 3 years of delayed case renewals. Known as Medicaid unwinding, this is the result of the COVID-era policies, federal policies, that prevented the loss of medical insurance during the pandemic and has resulted in a nationwide backlog of Medicaid work. In addition to Medicaid unwinding, every benefit program encountered numerous policy changes, month after month, frequently several times a month. Also, a new energy assistance program is now offered. You may have seen it on your Dominion energy bill. The Percentage of Income Payment Program, or PIP, P-I-P-P, for Dominion energy customers. Every policy change and new program not only adds to the workload of our staff, but it requires a heightened attention to the accuracy and quality of our work. It makes our work harder. We continue to further develop our self-sufficiency programs by networking with our workforce providers. I would like to talk more with Germana. Linking our customers to academic and vocational training resources, reducing barriers to employment, and challenging customers to achieve financial independence. That is our goal, self-sufficiency. Next slide. All of our work is guided by our strategic plan, providing us a vision for the future, reminding us of the mission we must accomplish, and instilling in us the values by which we are to perform every single task. To me, this is not a mere plan for paper where we checked a box. Rather, it is the guide for every action that we take for the next 2 years. Final slide. In just the first year, so we started January 1, 2023, we have accomplished so much and continue to identify new ways and opportunities to meet our 3-year objectives. So everything in blue is done. Everything in orange is in progress, and everything in gray, we hope to start soon. With many of our internal goals accomplished, we are now gearing up for the heavy lift of external goals, further boosting workforce initiatives and addressing broad-based housing and medical needs in our community. And then, as requested at our work session last week, I have the information regarding Medicaid case processing times. You asked me to quantify that, so I have that for you if you would like that tonight. I thank you for the time to share this evening and welcome any questions you have.
Mr. Dines, make sure that Ms. Fish gets one to put in the, please.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
My question is concerning the elderly services or, older adults. Do you partner with Healthy Generations?
We do. Yep, they're our regional partner.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify if we weren't doubling up on services.
No, I mean, they provide, food delivery services and, the bulk of our adult services are either investigative or purchasing services. So routing federal and state dollars for adult services. And we have a couple budget lines for that, where we can purchase in-home companion services. That's really the bulk of our interaction with our elderly population from our office's companion services.
All right, thank you.
Sullins?
Thank you, sir. Thanks for the report. On slide 3, I just want to make sure I'm following that correctly. Looks like for 2022, there were about 233 referrals. About 134 of those were screened out, leaving about, it's hard to make out the number, but 89 or 99 that were accepted. Is that right?
Could you scroll over, please?
I'm not looking for confirmation on the, down to the single digit, but so with that, if there's about 89 that are accepted and 7 in foster care, what measures are we taking to make sure those other children are still safe?
You mean for the ones that are screened out?
No, the orange line, they're screened in, correct? I mean, not screened in, but they're accepted?
Accepted, correct.
Okay, what does accepted mean? To me, that says that they're problem children, not problem children, they're living in a problem environment, but we're not putting them in foster care?
No, so these are CPS referrals. So it's not looking at outcomes here. This is just looking at referrals. And so the referral that's the number of calls we received, so CPS complaints. For accepted, that means the initial complaint was validated. It met one of our it met the 4 criteria required to accept and then investigate or assess the situation.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah, screened out means it didn't meet one of the validity criteria.
Gotcha. Yeah. But accepted just means investigate. It could be that it was resolved without the child having to go into foster care?
Correct.
Awesome,
Yes.
thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Franklin.
Thank you.
Mr. Cooper, the Chief Executive Officer, Brisbane Center, Thurman Briston Homeless Shelter Incorporated. Give mine to Ms. Fish, please. Give mine to Ms. Fish so she can make sure everybody has it online.
Good evening, Madam and Mr. Chair and Board of Supervisors. I'm delighted to be here again with you this evening. I'm honored to report that the Brisbane Center is celebrating its 35th year of serving the homeless families with children and singles across our region, including from King George County. I want to give you just a brief snapshot for those of you who may not know the Brisbane Center. For its 35-year history, we've served over 20,000 individuals from across this region, including King George County. The stats that I'm giving you there just represent a handful of those folks who we've served across this 35 years. Currently this year, we projected to serve 11 folks from King George County and about 18 for this coming 2025 year. And so that's why I'm here this evening to ask for your continued support. And I'll first say I'm grateful for the support that the county's offered over the past couple of years and stepped up and really assisted us in providing what's so difficult these days is raising funds to be able to support these folks. The Brisbane Center works with individuals with their strengths, with their capabilities. We build upon those. We take their strengths and build those in the direction that they're motivated to apply them for their well-being. What does that mean? We connect them with services, including DSS here in King George and across our region, and we connect them with services there so they can be able to benefit themselves to help make that next step up the ladder towards self-sufficiency. If you don't remember anything else about the Brisbane Center, remember this. we're equipping residents of our communities. We're equipping them to return to their communities as productive citizens so they can become patrons of business, so they can become employees of business. And we do that by partnering with over 30 agencies across this region. We serve not only the folks of King George County, but across this entire region, Stafford, King George, Caroline, Spotsylvania, and the city of Fredericksburg. And I'd like to just take a couple of minutes and read you some of these statistics that you have before you there. In fiscal year 2023, which ended in June of 23, we served 288 individuals. 70 of those are children in 33 households. So some of those are school children in this community. 131 females, 156 males. 40% of the females and 12% of the males were domestic violence survivors. I know there's a domestic violence shelter in this region. We serve that population as well. 33% of individuals reported a disabling condition. I'm happy to report that one of those folks that stayed at the shelter for a bit, got on his feet again, is now a resident of King George County. 9% of the adults were veterans. We connect them with veteran services. 19% of adults had not earned a high school diploma or GED. One of our partners is Germanna Community College. We're referring folks there. They are working with bringing nurses back to the center to provide health screening for our pediatric and our adult clients. I want to mention some of these selected outcomes, and these are important ones, I think, because it's more than just measuring heads on beds, number of folks that we serve. That's one model of measuring outcomes. Our model is, what can we do collaboratively there at the shelter, equipping folks for success so they can raise their income, median income, from $4,800 a year to $20,760 a year. For those of you who want to do a little bit of math, that's 138% of the federal poverty level. Is that enough to afford housing in this region? It's a move in that direction. And our mobility mentoring program will start working with folks once they exit the shelter to keep building so they can continue building their financial capabilities. 69% of our 629% of clients had previously received our services. We do offer second chances, but we want to be a good steward of the resources that this county and other counties provide so that we don't just set up a churn. And that's one thing that differentiates the Brisbane Center from many of our other operations across the nation. We really want to focus on getting people back on their feet, not just spending money on churn. 20% of our clients are referred back to DSM, 27% to internal and external workforce development programming. We have an internal program called Job Helps. 15% referred to substance abuse misuse counseling. 11% directly to housing opportunities, and then the remaining 27% to healthcare, aging services, mobility mentoring, etc. And I won't go through all of these numbers, but I gave you your budgetary numbers on the back. So as you consider your budget for this coming fiscal year, 2025, that's kind of a brief snapshot. If you look at the amalgamated application that we're required to submit our numbers through, it's a little more complex. In fact, it's much more complex. So I tried to distill that and give you some succinct numbers about how we serve the King George County residents and the cost of doing that, and the cost it is to the Brisbane Center and what the county is providing toward that cost. I will say that last year, actually this current fiscal year, that the county has provided close to 83% of the cost of providing those services. In 2025, we project it's going to be about 41%. So we hope to have a robust fundraising year this year. Now I'll leave it open for questions.
Stroud?
Yes, sir. I noticed on this budgetary sheet, that fiscal year 23 to 24 increased by $286 per resident, I guess it was, client. But 24 to 25 is projected at $946. So it's more than 3 times the amount. Why is that?
If you take a look at the notes down at the bottom, and I'll speak to that just now, we anticipate an additional $250,000 increase. We want to provide some health services for our employees. We've been unable to do that. in many, many years. So that's one of our costs that we anticipate. We also anticipate adding a case manager. We currently have 2 case managers. We need 3 to serve the larger population. And so there's some additional costs associated with that. One other comment that I'll make is, and you won't see that in these distilled numbers, but we actually measure typically by the number of days that a resident is at the shelter. So if we break those costs down to number of days, it's different if you average those numbers, which are presented here.
Right. It would take more time, I guess, to go through it. But what you just said is to increase the caseload. But in 2024, it actually went down from 16 to 11. And it's projected in 25, which we don't know, but it's projected to go to 18, which is only 2 more than 2023, which would be almost a $1,200 increase for 2 clients.
Okay, so we're just talking about number of clients. And again, if you want to go back to that amalgamated numbers that we put together and presented across the region, you'll see that actually breaks those down into what's called bed nights or bed days. That's the length of time that an individual or family would actually stay at the shelter. That's another way to measure. What I did here is try to pull those together in a simplified number to make it easy. So I'll be glad to have further discussion with you. And if you want to look at that amalgamated presentation, it'll give you more of a breakdown as far as bed nights, bed days.
So Sullins?
These numbers here, the 16, 11, and 18, that's just the King George residents
That's
that
King
are
George residents.
not your overall number though, right?
That's correct. Overall numbers vary everywhere. Before COVID, we were serving an average of 350 people a year in the shelter. And during COVID, obviously with a lot of influx of federal funding, a lot of those folks moved to other services, into hotels and so forth. So we served fewer numbers during that time. So we're projecting an increase in numbers. But again, just to get back to your question, those are just King George residents.
All right.
Questions?
Ms. Bitter, you have a question?
I don't have a question. Well, it's sort of a question, but it's a clarifier for those that might not know. Is one of the major challenges is we have 2 different models. There is your model that is to get people in a safe environment and help them succeed to never come back. And there is the other model that is housing first, no matter what your disability is, if you're, was that about correct? And it's 2 rival, trying to make it very simplistic. Could you clarify a little bit more?
Sure. It's what you're talking about is 2 basic models. The federal model, which is called Housing First, essentially to get people into a shelter or into housing, there's no requirement for sobriety, no requirement for mental stability, no requirement for employment based upon capabilities. And at the Brisbane Center, you'll find a different focus. We want folks to be sober. We want them to be safe there because we have children and families there and people at risk. And we want them to be mentally stable. So 2 models. The one model that you're just mentioning is probably more related to the chronically homeless, the folks that are unhoused on the streets. And our very special use permit disallows us from allowing those folks into the shelter because many of those folks are, for lack of better words, a danger to some of the folks that are in the shelter. I want to give you kind of one little anecdotal piece of information. I had a public official come to my office one day and say, hey, I've got a person downtown beating on trees with a baseball bat, another one who says we work for Hitler. And I said, those folks can't come into the shelter. It's unsafe. So that's one segment of the population, roughly about 20%. The other population, probably close to 80%, those are the folks that we see have some motivation, capability, and accountability to become successfully rehoused, productive citizens reentering into the community. Those are the folks, the primary population that we're serving at the Brisbane Center.
Right, and I know the federal model more focuses not on your model, but I've toured your facility several times, and we should have both models because there are different people that come into homelessness, and you have a good community that try to help people succeed and never come back. So I just wanted to clarify that for my board members. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions?
No, thank you. Appreciate you coming. Chip Boyles, GWRC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Supervisors, Mr. Stewart. Chip Boyles with the George Washington Regional Commission, the Executive Director. I have with me our Deputy Director, Kate Gibson, and our, get this right, Program Coordinator, Megan Samples. Again, thank you for having us tonight. When King George submitted its bills recently to move from Planning District 16 to 17, the Northern Neck, the GWRC commissioners met, discussed, and were very clear in their support that any of our member jurisdictions, we want them to decide what's best for them. And so our board was very clear not to take a position on either the Senate or the House bill. But they did ask that I come, ask for a spot on your agenda and just be able to tell you some of the services that we've provided to King George from the GWRC through our longstanding partnership. And so I'm here tonight to run through some of those very quickly and hopefully to answer any questions that you may have and to show what GWRC's commitment is to our entire region. Let's see if I can. Perfect. GWRC has partnered with our members, including King George County, now for 54 years. The PDC boundaries were created by the General Assembly over 50 years ago, with several counties across the Commonwealth that share PDCs. They have joined 2 different planning district commissions to be able to take advantage to the differing services that are provided by the planning district commissions. Each planning district commission serves a very different mission. I tell folks, while we spend a lot of time on transportation, environmental, and housing, the Lynchburg Planning District Commission actually owns a regional landfill. The Northern Virginia Planning District Commission, they do a lot more in the housing, homeless, and community care services. So we work to serve whatever our member jurisdictions ask us to. Oops, thank you. I'm not sure if I'm doing that or you, but okay, thanks. The 21 Virginia PDCs are created by the state to facilitate cooperation on regional issues in the areas of transportation, environment, emergency management, housing, and other multi-jurisdictional services. PDCs prioritize regional initiatives, but can assist individual localities with help specific to those jurisdictions. Always remembering the local issues, the local decisions are made by the local jurisdictions, and the planning district commissions like GWRC only come in when we're asked to serve those localities. According to the GWRC strategic plan, our mission is to facilitate collaboration, action on regional issues, and only secondarily specific needs of jurisdictions, and then only when requested. This is both in the state code as well as our own bylaws, charters, and strategic plan. Transparency, Transparency is one of GWRC's priority values as defined in our strategic plan, just as it is in King George County. I've attended the last couple of your meetings, and you, as a new group, have spent a lot of time talking about transparency. It's something equally important to us. You find all of our documents, our audits, our budget, our agendas, our minutes, you pretty much name it. We take a very high importance in putting that online for all of the public to see, especially when it comes to how we're spending these public dollars. The GWRC's approved a strategic plan in 2022 that includes regional initiatives in economic development, environment, housing and health, and of course, transportation. The GWRC is currently updating this plan with regional issues being decided by our member jurisdictions. Actually, we presented a draft to our commission at our January meeting, and an electronic survey will go out to our full commission, all of the elected bodies and members throughout our region, as well as your staff, to get a feel for the types of issues you would like for us to prioritize for FY25 and beyond. We try to start to plan our budget and our work program way ahead so that we can try to tackle the issues that are most important to you, and of course, especially the regional issues. In transportation, we divide the urban and rural areas between FAMPO, which serves Stafford, Fredericksburg, Spotsylvania, and then we get separate funding for the rural areas of Caroline and King George. GWRC provides direct transportation assistance to the King George and Caroline areas in our rural regional transportation plan. We work with smart scale application assistance for King George and Caroline. And we also have produced a small area safety and traffic plan that includes bicycle and pedestrian planning improvements. While our budget is very strong right now at over $8 million, only 5% of that is local funds. Most funding is through our state Go Virginia Economic Development Program, as well as the Urban Transportation Program. 64% of the GWRC's budget are just strictly pass-through dollars. We take money in and we send it back out. I'll give a plug here. Mr. Nick Miner has been a major recipient on some of the regional projects through Go Virginia. Go Virginia by far is our biggest funded program, but it's all pass-through money. It comes into us and we pass it through to others that are creating jobs. After the pass-through funds, the largest expense, like many organizations of our nature, is through salaries and personnel costs. We pay to provide personnel services for our members. The 5% local funds is a total of, for FY24, is a total of less than $250,000, with nearly $18,000 coming from King George County. GWRC uses its per capita from our member jurisdictions to match those grants to pass on to others. Most of those grants, of course, are either 80-20 or 50-50 grants, but our business model is to use the per capita funds and match that, trying to leverage it to bring more dollars, more services to our region. And we think we do a really good job with that. We're very proud that we utilize these local funds to a great return for our region. The total budget, if you look at everything we receive, we have a 33-to-1 return on investment for these funds. But if you start to take out things like FAMPO that our rural counties do not get the benefit from, or you take out the largest pass-through grant, our Go Virginia funds, we still have a 19-to-1 return on investment. So still a pretty good use of those local dollars that we receive. The next several slides show many of the recent activities that GWRC has provided to King George County. Activities include a regional needs study and rural regional transportation plan. Not every region in the Commonwealth produces a rural transportation plan. Urban areas are required by federal law to produce a regional plan, but not the rural areas. We found that smart scale projects have a better chance of succeeding when you do have a rural plan that you can back up your requests. We've also completed a regional hazard mitigation plan and amendment. We just approved that amendment for King George so that you could apply for a emergency services grant. We approved that at last month's commission meeting. And then we've also completed a couple of small area transportation plans for King George County in the last couple of years, predominantly around transportation improvements. We've also helped with some data mapping for your industrial park. And we've also completed a Dahlgren transit plan for you. That was a couple of years ago as well that led to a smart scale application. Some of the other things that we have done is that we helped to create the Brooks Native Plant Garden, and we also helped to create a stormwater grant at Wayside Park. What didn't make the presentation, and I didn't have listed on the slides, but I wanted to mention, is our partnership with the Potomac Bridge and Naval X working partnership at Dahlgren. This is a partnership working to expand public-private partnerships in the tech industry at Dahlgren and partnering with King George County. And participation with Comrail, we attend and work with the leadership at Dahlgren as well as all of the surrounding jurisdictions, including the Indian Head and Maryland area. We also have a partnership, PIA, called a Partnership Intermediary Agreement, a lot of words, but between GWRC and the Naval Service Warfare Center at Dahlgren. The PIA is designed to increase the likelihood of success of cooperative activities of small business and joint technical services between the Navy and the local government. We meet quarterly with a group of community and naval-based leaders trying to build the tech industry within our region. And of course, King George sees the biggest benefit of that. Proposed future activity that we've been working on is to have Dahlgren included in the Potomac Sentinel Landscape designation. Virginia was just awarded this. It's a designation of military bases working with the community for land use planning. And for some reason, we aren't completely sure, Quantico, Fort Walker, and Fort Gregg Adams were all included, but Dahlgren was not. We would like to work with both the community and Dahlgren to have that added at some point in the future. We've been given a couple reasons of possibly why that wasn't included in the original designation, but have been told that it could be added in the future. Regionally, including King George and most recently, and just in draft form, is a Safe Streets Plan that identifies 40 different safety projects on 5 roadways in King George County. It's in the draft stage. It'll be presented to our commission at their February meeting. And this makes the county eligible for what's estimated at just over $2 million worth of safety improvements that are being eligible. I won't say you can receive the money, but you're eligible to apply to the federal government through the ARPA funding. But you're able to apply because these safety improvements were included in this plan. It should be presented to our commission in February and approved by the commission in March. Just for you all, the sites in King George or Caledon Road to Route 3 have improvements on it, Indiantown Road, 301 to Route 3, Port Conway, and Millbank Roads. We also do a Ride Connect program through a ride share and van pool program with King George. One of the major features of this is the Guaranteed Ride Home program, where people who do participate in a van pool or a ride share program, should they have an emergency, we can provide the cost for them to get home. If they have a sick child or they get sick themselves and they can't wait for the van pool, we can help cover that cost for them to get back home or wherever they may need to get. Just a few more of the current and past services. As I mentioned, the van pool, we performed a freight summit, not so much important for King George, but it is, your freight movement is increasing on Route 301. And of course, we do assist each one of our jurisdictions with their smart scale applications. Other regional programs include a regional emergency planning committee, that's required by the state. It's required by every jurisdiction, but they do allow regional emergency committees, which we do have for Planning District 16. Without that, it's one of the things that local governments would have to do on their own. And then we do run a homeless program that received a special domestic violence housing grant this past year, and we were lucky enough, we were the only rural jurisdiction, so included both King George and Caroline, throughout the whole state that received a rural portion of those funds. Coming up to the end, in addition to the several regional plans, I do want to brag on our staff. We now have roughly 20 staff members, predominantly in transportation, but also with environmental and housing expertise. And those staff are all used, whether it's for regional or helping our local governments. And we're able to take advantage of those and share across all of our different service categories and try to utilize those for our member jurisdictions. Again, I thank you for letting me share kind of what we're doing. Ms. Bender, Mr. Sullins, they get a double dose of this. We had an early orientation at the last meeting. We'll have another one in a couple more months, so they'll have plenty more information, but I'd be glad to answer any questions for you tonight.
Anyone have any questions? Mr. Brown.
I do. Yes, sir. You mentioned personal services in your brief. Talking about where the funding went. You mentioned
personnel.
Right.
Yes, that's beside the pass-through funds that we have. Personnel costs are by far our second largest expense. Salaries, holidays, and health benefits.
Are those considered like government positions?
We are created by the state, and so PDCs are a unique kind of governmental body created by the state, a member of local government within the code, with no powers to pass ordinances, no powers to raise money, no powers to tax. So we're kind of a unique form of local government. And we do, I will say, I think maybe what you're getting to, we do participate with a number, and we're eligible for state programs like state retirement, health insurance. We also participate in one of the state programs, which has been really good for us as interest rates have risen, with a Virginia investment pool where we can invest any capital that we have within a state program.
Thank you.
Yes.
Who commissioned the plans that you're doing for King George?
If it's specific for King George, this body would commission those, or as well as approve and adopt those. If they're regional in nature, then the commission themselves, the GWRC commission, approves those.
So you mentioned the Guaranteed Ride Home and the Ride Connect. Are there any van pool lots in King George?
Well, I'll rely, that's why I brought the experts with me. I'll rely on Kate to answer, but I'll try to answer that the van pools they're actually private run businesses. And so there's not a lot that they just pick up people from. It's all coordinated, and the same people ride in the same vans routinely.
I mean, because I know that in the Fredericksburg and Stafford area, there are these lots.
The carpool lots, yes, sir.
Carpool lots.
Yes, sir. I don't think there are any in King George County. Yes, sir. Yeah. I think Caroline has one or two. Caroline helps to pay the lease on one of their lots that they support.
Are you the guys that plan those? Studies and determine if you need
It's
them?
mostly the Department of Public
BDOT
Transit, DRPT. and that's who funds it for us. We do give them guidance. We just completed a strategic plan, first one in 5 years. I think last month our commission adopted it.
I mean, there's a lot of traffic on Route 3.
We have tried to build support for something that would service Dahlgren. Military bases are really difficult because whoever's driving has to be able, of course, to qualify to get on. But I'm not aware of any that's serving Dahlgren right now.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Bender?
Yes, thank you for coming. I gave out today the very huge piece of paper with the Regional Transportation Authority.
Right.
I just wanted you to clarify and explain maybe to my colleagues about the section where King George projects. Those are not any we commissioned. Those your staff tried to help show what you could do for King George. Some of them have very high price tags, like straightening Caledon.
Well, I appreciated your earlier comment to put into perspective. They're all high. I mean, when a roundabout is $10 million, it shows that all the projects are high. And yes, you're right. Our staff was asked by the committee that just began working on this of what are some examples of types of projects and the types of costs that would be incurred. We're very, very lucky. We've got a transportation engineer on staff that was able to cost these out for us using VDOT's cost modeling. And it's just an example of things that come from, in the case of King George and Caroline, they were pulled out of the regional rural transportation plan. They had a priority status in that plan, and so they used those as examples.
Yep, thank you. And just for the public's knowledge, to straighten Caledon, $80 million.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lynch?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, it's been a long day. I'll introduce myself, Jim Lynch. I am here representing the Friends of the Dahlgren Railroad Trail. Always introduce myself as a person who has a handicap talking. One of my old bosses told me once, Lynch, the only handicap you've got is you can't stop talking. So I just leave that with you. What I'm going to do is tell you a little bit about the railroad trail. I'm going to give you an overview, which you all know, I'm sure, because you all have been out there hiking around on the trail. And then I'm going to talk about what we did for the last couple years, what we have planned for the coming year, and then we'll wrap it up and answer questions. Now let's see, Mr. Dines, does this thing work? Very good. Is there a laser on here, Mr. Dine? Where's the laser? Is it here? I need so much help. Oh, the red button. Thank you, Mr. Dines. Okay, what we have, this is kind of an overview. This is the railroad trail going through here. It's about 16.5 miles long. As you all know, it's the abandoned part of the old Navy Dahlgren line that was constructed in 1942. The part of the line to the west is, as we all know, still an active line. We want to be an addition to Caledon, and we keep talking about that and talking to everybody who has an ear that we can talk to. Multi-surface path is the old rail bed. Really haven't done much to it except repair muddy spots, repair potholes, but it's the old rail bed that exists as it was when the Navy constructed it in 1942. The rail bed, which is the path, is about 12 feet wide. The property, which is the railroad right-of-way, ranges from a 100 to 400 feet wide. We operate on permits. All of our users are required to have permits. We've issued 7 or 8 thousand of them. We issue them to individuals and families and groups, okay? So the number of permits doesn't necessarily reflect the number of users of the trail. Parking areas are, as indicated, the circle here. The trail begins at the Bloomsbury Road trailhead and ends at 301 across from B Gate. The Navy marked the boundary with these monuments here. Oh, okay, these are along the boundary lines. We don't know how many of them there are. We believe there's approximately 200 of them. Sorry. So there we have that. Okay, moving right on. In 2023, we had our usual catalog of trail races. These were all quite popular. One change that we did this last year that worked out really, really well. We switched to where where we began the ultra marathon. In the past, we began it at the western end of the trail at our Bloomsbury Road parking area. We wanted to switch it to the east end in order to give the runners a place to stay, hotel rooms. Okay, so we got the okay from with Dr. Hubbard, who is in charge of the University of Mary Washington Dahlgren campus. He allowed us to use the parking lot there for the race to start and end, and that really worked out great. We got a lot of comments from our runners that they really liked being able to get out of their hotel room, walk to the race. They liked that a whole lot. Races of this kind, I really wasn't aware of this, but the runners can review the race. They can rate the race. Our races always get high awards. There's a couple of them. One that I think those are the ones from this past year to 2023. So moving right on. One of the things that we have always wanted to do and wanted to be able to do is because a railroad trail is pretty level and pretty flat, not a lot of steep grades. We've always wanted to encourage wheelchair users to use it. Ainsley's Angels is a national organization that works to get very handicapped, paralyzed people just out. This is and they use wheelchairs, quote unquote. Most of the riders in the wheelchairs are not able to push the wheels or anything, so they have to be pushed. So the rider is called the Angel Rider. The team that pushes the chair are called angel runners. Okay, so this is a guy. I'm pretty sure this is a guy named Matt, and the runners there are his team, because it's pretty arduous. These chairs are quite heavy, and particularly when you're on a trail, even though it's level, there's some little humps and bumps. So it actually requires a team of runners. This particular run here was the Sheets run, which is 14 miles long. So we had a team and the chair running all that way. At the end of the run, I was this particular run, I believe, was a year or two ago. At the end of the run, I was asked Matt how he liked the run, how he liked the race. Well, Matt's totally paralyzed. You know, he can't twitch, he can't talk, he can't do anything. But I turned and looked at his mom, and his mom said, "Oh yeah, he loved it." Moms know. Mom knew that he loved it. So, moving right on, the rest of 2023, other than the races, we got a grant from the Community Foundation to improve our Bloomsbury parking area. Big help there. The most important thing was our Comorn Road parking area. Anybody that's ever been in there knows that the entrance ramp had a lot of ruts, and it was very hard to get into and out. So it was not only an inconvenience, but it was also a little bit of a safety problem. So this grant paid for paving the entrance ramp. We got so many kudos about that. You know, people say, "My gosh, we love it. Wish you could have done that years ago." So there it is. Next thing is trail reroute, and I have some handouts for you guys. If I could ask Mr. Dines to help me out here. One of the things that's been hanging over our heads for quite a while. When the original owner of the railroad trail, Joe Williams, purchased the railroad, abandoned part of the railroad from the railroad company CSX back in 1997. Nobody had any idea of a trail. Nobody, even me, who got out there every so often. I'm a trail guy. The light bulb never turned on in my head. 2 or 3 days after Mr. Williams bought it, he sold it to the Monmouth Partners, who is the company that's working on what's now the Walmarts and the Wendy's and everything that's down there in Dahlgren. So he sold the last 3/4 of a mile to them. And then once the idea of a trail came along, everybody was using that last 3/4 of a mile, even though we knew someday it was going to be commercially developed. That shoe dropped about a year ago when the Monmouth Partners sold a parcel, one of the last parcels, to King George Gateway self-storage, and we didn't really realize it because, you know, who looks at all the deeds. We didn't realize anything was going on until the parcel began to be cleared. So we ran down there and we talked to the guy on the tractor and kind of learned what was happening. And we went and looked at the plans. The plans, to the everlasting credit of the owners, had arranged for a bypass around their self-storage units. So basically what they did was construct a new trail that went around, and we have a path through. We didn't ask them. They told us this is what we want to do. And that path, it's out there now. I think 2 or 3 of you guys have been on that path. That's the only constructed part of the trail. Every other part of the trail is pretty much as the Navy got through working on it in 1942. Other than the rails have come up and the ties have come up. Okay, moving right on. Where's my little control here? Next thing is Project Poetry on the Trail. Pretty cool. We were approached by the Poetry Society of Virginia and the Master Naturalists of Virginia. They came to us and said, what we'd like to do is we'd like to put a poetry trail on your trail. And we said, well, maybe that's a good idea. Tell us about it. So the more we talked, we came up with what we'd like to see as a requirement. The requirement was that the poetry trail cannot be obtrusive. Okay, we don't want it to take away from the natural environment of the trail. No big signs, no flashing lights, no flags. So they came up with the idea of putting QR code plaques on benches that we already had there. Here's an example of it. So obviously it's so unobtrusive that you can't tell it's there. Mr. Dimes? Yeah, if you just hand that over to him. So it's really worked out good. And what each bench, each plaque has a unique QR code, and the QR code takes you to a website. The website has a poem chosen by the Poetry Society, and the poems are all by living Virginia poets. Okay, and what they wanted to do was recognize and raise up poets that are living and writing. Also on that web page is an essay, short essay, written by the master naturalist, that at each station describes what you're looking at that point. Whether it's the water or the trees or whatever it is, it's unique to each station. Lastly, on this particular slide, the trail was named as one of the top 10 rail trails in Virginia by the Rails to Trails Conservancy. So this is an honor that we're extremely proud of. Okay, moving right on. Looking ahead, we pretty much have the same races every year. We have been approached to add another race, and we're kind of pondering that. We're mindful that we don't want to sort of dilute the unique trail running experience on the trail. So we're not sure we're going to allow that or not. One of the things that that we're constantly aware of is that we love to get out on the trail and work and maintain the trail, and but we're amateurs at it. We get out there and really have a good time clearing trees and running weed whackers and limb loppers, but we're not sure. Well, we know we don't really have the technical expertise to really know, are we doing a good job? Should we be doing something else? Should we do this, less of that? So we asked our backing up a little bit. As you know, the trail is a designated part of of the Potomac Heritage Trail. So we are a designated unit of the National Park Service, even though the trail is a private trail. So we asked our national park superintendent, was there any way that they could help us to assess the trail, give us some clues about what we should be working on more than what we're working on now. So I literally did not think there'd be anything coming out of that, because as everybody knows, the National Park Service is, not overflowing with money, but they were able to locate some money and hired a company called Fina Trails, and they have been out there on the trail, going up and down the trail, looking at things, and so we hope to have their report sometime within a matter of weeks, and we will use that report to guide our maintenance efforts and our grants. We also are going to have some new poets. What the Poetry Society tells us is they would like to roll over the poets every year, so they're able to honor and recognize a new group. We also this coming year will be participating in the King George Native American Heritage Trail. I know Mr. Minor has talked with you all about that, so we're enthusiastic about that. And then, of course, we have everyday maintenance by our human maintainers and our beaver friends. Help anywhere we can get it. This is just a picture of the trail. This is a place on the trail around milepost 3, I think, that we call Kudzu Alley. There's kudzu everywhere, but we do everything we can to keep it clear. It's even been suggested that we hire some goats. So we're thinking about that. Goats apparently love kudzu. Really like to thank the county. Oftentimes and I know you guys wonder, gee, what does the county do to help the trail? Well, the county does really a lot. I'm not going to read off the whole list here, but we appreciate everything that the county does, and when there's an opportunity to include us, like the Native American Heritage Trail, the county includes us. Thank you all so much for that. And we partner with a lot of groups that work with us and help us out. I'd also like to point out that one of our partners that I should appreciate is Adam Simonoff here. Adam has helped us out tons with ideas about where to go and get some help and so. So Adam, thank you so much for everything you do. And as we're working on this list, we realized not tonight, but a week or so ago that we left a couple of important partners off. We partner with the Northern Neck Tourism Commission, and we partner with the George Washington Regional Commission. So Chip, is Chip still here? Chip's gone. Chip, thank you. Thank you, sir. So that's about it, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch.
Hold on. This is a work party that one of our partners came out to help us out. Team RWB Red, White, and Blue is really a great group of retired military. Came out to help us out on a work party. Now, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Lynch.
Thank
Appreciate
you,
it.
Mr. Chairman.
So the next person up will be Mr. Ryan Ragsdale, Love Thy Neighbor. So our presentations have gone on longer than they were slotted for. So we're going to have to step up the agenda in order to get out in a timely manner. So Mr. Ragsdale?
Am I still good to go?
Yes, sir. You're good to go.
Mine is 10 minutes plus any questions you have.
10 minutes.
Yes, sir. Is that
You
acceptable?
don't have to cut that back, sir.
I'll speak fast. Yes, I am with the Love Thy Neighbor Food Pantry. This is our first time presenting to the board. It's my first time here, and it's an honor to be here and appreciate you having us. It's you. I am Ryan Ragsdale. I am the executive director for the food pantry, going into my 4th year now. I'm going to talk about what we do, why you should care, and what we're going to ask from you in terms of funding this year. I hope that's appropriate. It's our first time. You can just slap me down if I do something wrong. I will say that what we're asking for is far less than the cost of a roundabout. So very simply, we feed hungry people. We get nutritious food to families right here in King George County. Our mission is providing healthy food to meet the needs of individuals and families. How do we do that? With a food pantry. We are something like a miniature grocery store where no one pays money. We're very careful to be very respectful, very dignified. We think it's really important that when families come, they get their choice of what they need for their family. So we are a shopper's choice food pantry. Family pulls up, the kids don't see mom and dad get a handout. They don't see them get a box, right? They see mom and dad get a shopping cart and go inside and shop through the aisles and take things off our shelves and put them in their shopping cart and go back out and load their car. We think that's a very dignified, respectful experience. And I mean, our customers are the heart and soul of what we do and why we do it. So we're just here to provide as best we can for those folks. For those of you who don't know where we are, I meet people every month who say, I've lived in King George forever. I didn't know you were here. Just down Route 3 by Uncle Dave's, around the back of the Journal complex, where the Journal used to be, in fact, the old newspaper office. So why should you support us as the board? There's really 2 parts to this question. The first part is, why are we coming before you and asking now? Love Thy Neighbor has been around for 10 years, serving the county, and we've never come before you and asked for funding before. We've grown, and I'll show you that in the next few slides. We've grown tremendously, really since COVID. We are making a pretty significant impact within the county, if I do say so myself. And frankly, we need some help at this point. We are becoming a much more mature organization. We're learning how to do things a little more, with more accountability, with more transparency, with better processes and procedures in place as we grow and as we serve more people. And we're at the point where we just need some help, and I'll talk about that. From your perspective, most of you are probably familiar with the social determinants of health model that Health and Human Services puts out that shows the different areas that families need to thrive, right? So if we can save them some money and help with the economic stability department by providing free groceries, then they can then turn around and put that money toward other things, other areas to help shore up their lives and help them thrive, right? Food insecurity never rides alone. It is associated with chronic health conditions, need for emergency services, diabetes, heart conditions, as well as mental health issues. When you're stressed all the time about how you're going to feed your kids, that wears on you. So we're here to help. This is the growth I was talking about. So on the left side, we have sort of the pre-COVID years. We were a once-a-month service, soup kitchen, come in, sit down. Local preachers would come through, we'd have a spiritual hour, and then we'd do a little food pantry at the end. When COVID hit, obviously that all changed. We couldn't sit down together anymore. A lot of food pantries around us had to close their doors. Many were run by retirees. They just didn't have the resources to keep going during COVID. So we pivoted. We decided to open our food pantry more often and sort of double down on the food pantry aspect of what we do. So we started opening, beginning of 2021, we started opening weekly instead of monthly. So every Sunday for our food pantry. Those Sundays filled up, so we doubled our hours on Sunday. Those filled up, so we started opening Thursday nights. Those filled up, so now we're opening Saturday mornings. Those are for now full. So we are pretty much wall-to-wall people that we serve every time we open our doors. Now this is just our open to the public shopping hours. Obviously, there's lots of behind-the-scenes work that has to go into this. So this doesn't show you all the things the volunteers do before we're open to coordinate food deliveries, keep the floors clean, unload the trucks, stock the shelves, and so on and so forth. So this requires a lot of manpower, a lot of time. And all this growth was 100% volunteer power. No paid staff, not one. We had a strategic planning meeting last summer, and we realized that we've gone as far as we can go with the all-volunteer model. In fact, we've probably gone farther than we can really realistically have gone. I feel like Wile E. Coyote in the old Looney Tunes cartoons where he runs off the cliff, but he doesn't quite fall because he hasn't realized that he needs to look down and let gravity take hold. That's kind of where we are. So we want to shore up, scaffold up, and frankly, get some staff in place to coordinate all the volunteers and herd all the cats. Another look at our growth. This is the number of households that we serve. You don't need to look at the tiny print. What I want you to pay attention to is the continual upward trend over the last 2 or 3 years. And I've highlighted 3 months, June 2021, June 2022, June 2023, just to show, oh, we've pretty much doubled and then doubled again. Now, this is the kind of growth that we've seen since COVID. We are making a dent, though. Let me see if I can get the laser to work. Yeah. So this bar on the right represents the number of King George residents living in poverty, according to Virginia Departments of Health in 2016. That's the latest data they have on their website. Bar in the middle represents the number of food insecure residents in King George, according to Feeding America in 2021. And this bar on the left represents the number of King George residents that Love Thy Neighbor provided food to last month alone. So we're taking a bite out of it, as it were. Again, with no full-time staff, we've kind of done the impossible, but at this point we do need help and we're asking for help. Now, I wasn't entirely sure whether this was the appropriate venue to tell you what we're looking for. I'm going to go ahead and throw it out there, throw a number out there, just since it's our first time here. And is probably completely unrealistic. I don't know. I don't envy all the decisions you have to make in terms of funding all the different things in the county that need assistance. But let me give some context before I throw the number out there. I want to talk about a pantry in Stafford called Serve. They're very, very comparable to us in many respects. We give out a little more food. In fact, not to brag, but we're not only the largest food pantry in King George. As of last year, we are the largest food pantry in the Fredericksburg region by pounds distributed. But Serve gives out a lot of food too, and they serve just about as many customers as we do, so it's pretty comparable. They're also a great partner for us. They've been mentoring us. They're 40 years old. They've been doing this a long time, and they're helping us as we mature. Stafford gives them $95,000 a year to serve 1.1% of Stafford's population, give or take. By comparison, we're serving 925 King George residents per month, which is 3.4% of King George's population. Now, we're not Stafford. We don't have their budget. I understand that. So my ask is $34,000. Again, way less than a roundabout, way less than straightening Caledon. And if it's unrealistic, feel free to give us less. But this would help us go a long way toward hiring a full-time operations coordinator to keep all our volunteers on the right track and on the right path. Incidentally, the spot we're in is pretty small for what we're trying to do. We don't have a warehouse. We don't have any cold storage. We would love some land to be able to put up a bigger building at some point. And maybe that's a future item down the road, but I wanted to at least plant the seed in your heads tonight. That's all I got. I hope it was 10 minutes. Any questions?
Thank you, sir.
I do have a quick question. Thank you so much for your presentation. I do have to ask a question because I've had several people ask me this recently, and I just haven't had time to stop by to ask you personally. There are people in the community who would like to donate time and their effort, and you've highlighted that, but do you take like winter coats or anything like that to give out to your families in need?
Yes and no. I don't have the storage for clothing. I would love to be in a larger place where I did, or where I could partner up with something like the op shop or some other clothing closet right next door. That would be lovely. That's a down the road. I mean, ultimately, Ryan's vision for 5 years is to have a community nonprofit hub in one location where I have multiple services all working together. I'd love to, I hate seeing the same families come back again and again for something that could be fixed, right? So if someone comes to me and says, I've lost my job, that's why I need money, I'd love to just walk them down the hall and say, meet Jackie from Workforce Development. They have an office right here. You can come get training and then get your food every week. That's the long-term vision. Sorry, there's always more to talk about, but
I just want to ask because one person in particular had pointed out some other localities that have like a day where people can bring it and they put them on tables and people can just sort of like come and shop like you.
Yeah. So if the weather's good, we do tables outside, like farmers market style. So people are welcome to bring them, especially if it's day of. Bring them, drop them on a table outside, and they'll go.
So if you do that, it might be a more community outreach to tell people to drop off supplies on those days. So I had a couple of people ask me that question, so I'm able to ask it to you in person.
Yep,
so thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sullins.
Hey, thanks for coming. That's a great presentation. And I like the way you do things. I like the dignity with which you approach it. I also appreciate the fact that you don't turn anybody away, but is there any way to determine, are all these people that you're serving, are they all from King George County? Would it be appropriate to go to other counties and ask for assistance as well if you have people coming in from there?
Yes, all the numbers I've presented to you are our numbers of King George residents. About 55% of our customers are King George residents. That's in my backup slides here. So these are all the counties we currently serve, or at least the major counties we serve. There are folks who drive from even farther out. But if I go to Westmoreland County and say, I'm feeding however many families, can you support me? The first question they're gonna ask is what? How much does King George give you, right? We're a King George-based pantry. So y'all have to be my first stop. Otherwise, I'm gonna get laughed out of the room when I go to them, right? So the more you give me, the more I can tell them that they should give me.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Ragsdale. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
We're going to take a 3-minute break. We'll be re-adjourned in 3 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Smith. No, I didn't talk to Ken. No, we are now back in open session. Ms. Bender?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Collins, move that we move our closed session all the way up to right now, and I'll tell the public why. Mr. Collins is feeling under the weather, and I want to make sure we get that part, and so he could go home and take care of himself, and then I could take over as vice chair for the rest of the meeting and move it quickly forward. So I make a motion to move the closed session up to right now.
Is there a second?
Second.
Properly second. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, we should go ahead.
Yes, sir. Just let me just finish this part. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now you can read the motion for the closed meeting.
A1, to discuss personnel matters, and specifically, I believe you all were thinking of hiring some part-time help to assist with county responsibilities.
So is there a motion to go into closed session for discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, an assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of the public body pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.23711A1?
So moved.
Is there a second? Probably second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Chair votes aye. We are now in closed session. Thank you. Is there a motion?
I move that we return from closed session and certified by roll call. Is that okay, Mr. Stewart? Thank you.
Mr. Sullins,
We need a second, correct?
Second.
probably second. We are now in open meeting. Do you certify that only, what's the read?
It only matters,
Mr. Chairman, it's just, you need a certification that only matters were discussed that were under the call for a closed session and that no action was taken, if you all agree with that.
Certify it, Mr. Sullins,
So certified.
Mr. Stroud,
So certified.
Mr. Davis,
So certified.
Ms. Bender,
so certify.
certified. We're now in open meeting. Ms. Bender is going to take over for me because I'm not feeling well. And so she'll be taking over as the chair for the rest of the agenda, as we discussed before we went into closed meeting. Thank you all.
I'll just wait a minute so Mr. Collinson.
You need this stuff.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to move on to 0207, the approval of the Board of Supervisor bylaws, rules and procedures, standard of conduct, code of ethics. Mr. Stewart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, again, we've put a red line version in your packet. I suspect that you all have reviewed it. We tried to make all the changes that you requested at the last meet or the meeting before last, actually. And I believe the public has had time to view this as well. So if there are other changes you'd like for me to make, I'm happy to do it.
I would like to add in the number 4, the roster and information like from the Service Authority. I forget which page it was on.
Is that to make sure that you don't have to sign up for the public
Yes,
comment?
yes,
Okay.
that one. Does anybody else?
Without objection of the board? All right.
I'll give everybody a chance to review just to make sure.
We had agreed that for the first public comment, that people would be able to sign up out front.
Right, it's just not making it a shall. It's just taking out the shall that they can sign up. Is that what we put? I forgot. It's been a couple hours ago.
You all told me to take out the sign up provision entirely for the Service Authority.
We did.
Yes,
For the Service Authority.
correct.
Yeah.
So my question is, I'm putting it out there to take it out for the Board of Supervisors also.
I'm not for that because the purpose was for the first session is people that sign up out front. And then if they didn't sign up, then they can talk. They talk at the second session. That was what I believe the understanding was.
Right, my only concern why I brought that up, because the second session, I think it's in the notes, is supposed to be about business matters during the meeting. So somebody might want to get up and come up to the podium in public comment to say something that ends up not on the board, but it's a concern of the citizen. And they might not feel comfortable signing in, or they might be inspired by something somebody said. So that's where I'm coming from on that.
Well,
I think the sign up only applies to the first comment, so right, just so that we kind of get a feeling for who's coming and does that make sense?
No, I do. I just don't want to restrict it. So if somebody get inspired to come up to the podium, they still can do so. There's not a restriction. If they didn't sign up, they can't talk. That's where I'm coming from. So if we
can
can
in the
work,
second session.
right, but
They can only speak to what we talked about right before that. They can't just come and talk about anything they want to talk about.
Right.
That's the second session is to address any county business that we just discussed. So they wouldn't be able to then, unless it was about that. All right.
Yeah, that's where I'm coming. I just don't, over my years, I've seen quite a few people that get inspired to stand up and say something that's really passionate about it. I don't want to take that away from them.
Madam Chair, provision on page 13, number 4, it does require, and you all changed that the last time from a may to a shall be required to sign up in advance.
Right, that's why I was asking to have it removed like the service authority,
So
but I'm
you
just
just
putting
tell
it
me
out.
if you want to switch it back or take it out or whatever y'all want, I can do it. But I will tell you we changed it from a may be required to sign up to a shall be required to sign up for the first one and no required sign up for the second one.
So the easiest thing to do would be change the wording from shall back to may.
I like it the way it is.
Shall is prescriptive, they have to do it, and they're not allowed to speak if they don't. May means there's an option for you to sign up and put your name out there so that we know in order you'll be heard. But if you choose to pile on or something, there may not be time allotted for that.
Right. So I'm just putting it out there for May. I'm just getting the will of the board. I can't make the motion, so. And then the only other question I had was on page 9, the consensus and unanimous consent direction to staff. I just needed to know the clarity on that. I don't remember that in our old bylaws. Maybe I just missed it. Page 9, number 5, consensus and unanimous consent.
So that's essentially what we've been doing here. Short of a motion, if the staff believes that you all are giving them a direction from all of the members of the board, they can do that based on that without actually having to have a motion and a vote.
Okay.
And that was already in here.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So do I have a motion? Or do you guys have more questions first?
What do you guys want to do about the roster and information? Do we want to stick with shall or go back to may?
I make a motion that we approve the bylaws and rules of procedures with the changes that were made and as presented.
I'll second so that we can have the discussion.
Yep. Mr. Stroud, so I just want to clarify. So you're okay with making it May for number 4, the roster?
No.
I just want to get clarification of the motion that you made.
Okay, my clarification is the way it is written right now, the way that we're looking at it, the way I'm looking at it.
As presented, basically, as presented.
As
in the
presented.
Okay.
So I'm not changing anything, that just keeping it the way it is, the way it's presented.
That's the way I understood the motion.
I just wanted to make sure that I understood the motion and re-clarify, and you seconded. I still would like the may as opposed to shall, but anybody else have any?
Well, we're talking about a sign-up sheet that night to sign up. We're not talking about sign-up days in advance. We're talking about coming to the door. That night you sign up to speak.
Correct.
And, and I understand the, somebody getting inspired. A lot of what you get though is that you get a lot of the repeat, like someone says something, someone gets up and they just kind of repeat the same things. That's what we were trying to avoid, because we also did put a time limit on our meetings at 10 o'clock. So they don't drag on till 8 hours, right? So that was the reason why I think that we did that to begin with. Am I right?
I understand. It's just, I still don't like that they can't speak unless they sign up. So that's where I'm coming from. So you have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any nays? Nay. The motion passes 3-1. Right. Next on.
Madam Chair, members of the board, you have in your packet, and I'm not exactly sure where it is, an operating agreement and essentially a memorandum of understanding is what I would call it, for an opioid partnership agreement between Caroline, Fredericksburg, King George, Spotsylvania, and Stafford. This was an application the board made before I was here, probably while Mrs. Bender was here some time ago. Application was approved by the Opioid Abatement Authority. Everything has been done up to this point. This is just the actual memorandum of understanding, which determines how you all will operate with the other counties in cooperation to use this money to try to help folks that are addicted to opioids. This thing, I don't know how much you want, but there was a significant amount of litigation. Some counties actually got into litigation on their own. Apparently King George did not. But then there was a settlement by the Attorney General's office, which created this opioid authority, and there's going to be money flowing through it to come to the counties. It has to be spent strictly on opioid abatement, or you have to pay it back. And so this document governs that, and you're going to do it in cooperation with other counties, sort of a regional approach. I've reviewed the document. I think it's fine as to form, which is what I do as an attorney. And I believe that all the other counties have now approved this as well.
Thank you for the explanation. Do we have any questions, Mr. Stewart? Do I have a motion?
It would just be a motion to either approve or deny the document as presented.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the document, but I would like to have some discussion on it. So,
Do I have a second?
Second.
Right. We have a motion properly seconded. Now for discussion, Mr. Stallings.
is there any downside to approving this? It sounds like it's free money. You just need to administer it and use it appropriately. Is there a downside?
No,
As long as we don't mess it up.
No, this is a major scourge on every community, and it's affected people that we all know. And the money is from the manufacturers as part of a giant settlement that flowed to the states. No, from my perspective, there's no downside. You just have to spend it within the terms of the program, which is to help people who are addicted to opioids.
Mr. Stroud, do you have any questions? Mr. Davis?
Do not.
All right, we have a motion properly seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any nays? Chair votes aye, motion carries. All right. We removed 0209. Now we'll move to discussion items. King George County redistricting to Planning District 17 update. Mr. Stewart.
Madam Chair, so you all are aware that I carried a bill which would move King George from the 16th to the 17th Planning District. That bill, there were a couple citizens that came and spoke against it. I'm trying to remember everything and be concise. Ultimately, it was a party line vote to carry the bill over to the next year. And so I would say the bill was defeated, but that's not entirely accurate because an affirmative vote of the committee that heard the bill could resurrect it before the end of this calendar year, but I do not expect that. The discussion essentially, and I will tell you all, I brought the bill because of the transportation authority that they're trying to force on King George to take the money out. There was a lot of discussion about that. And one of the members of the Senate who brought that bill was on the committee, and I made it clear that at least as a state senator, I didn't appreciate him trying to force things on part of the world that I represent. So that really was the majority of the discussion. Ultimately, it was tabled for the year. What I have learned since then through discussions is this was supposed to be reviewed 3 years ago. The way this is set up through Urban Housing and Community Development Authority of Virginia, they set these districts and they review them every year, every 10 years. They missed it because of the pandemic, so it's about 4 years overdue. So if King George wants to explore that, they can explore it through that process. But what I've also learned, and Madam Chair learned, there are a number of jurisdictions out there who kind of are situated like King George who participate in both. So they participate in the Fredericksburg one, and they can participate in the Northern Neck one. And actually, it may not be a bad thing for King George because I think two of the biggest projects that King George has seen has been through the Northern Neck Planning District, and that was the broadband project that I worked really hard on, and we got for the Northern Neck to get that deployed. And then Senator Warner, at the federal level, actually got the National Heritage designation for the Northern Neck and made King George's part of that. So then again, you all have participated, and you heard the thing tonight with, I think they help you with grants or applications for smart scale. So you may want to consider both. I don't know. But that's an update on the bill anyway. That's where it stands.
Does anybody have any questions on that? All right. We'll move on to improvement of the Northern Neck Planning District Commission 17 for the local match of the Northern Neck Broadband Project in the amount of $150,000. Ms. Hahn. And thank you for staying.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. The Board of Supervisors approved a contribution for the Northern Neck Regional Broadband Initiative Phase 1 at a meeting that was held on July 14, 2020, in an amount not to exceed $500,000. The board also approved a contribution in the amount of $150,000 for Phase 2 of the project at a meeting that was held on June 1st, 2021. The interim county administrator sent a letter to All Points Broadband to confirm our financial participation for the combined amount of $650,000. The payment for Phase 1 contribution of $500,000 was made July 12, 2021, and we have now received an invoice for the additional $150,000, which we've committed it, but we haven't transferred the money out of the ARPA projects line over to the broadband line. So it's for your discussion, possible. I know it's not an action item, but possible action to go ahead and pay this invoice. We received the invoice on January 19th.
Yes, and thank you, Ms. Hahn, for explaining that. One of the reasons I asked for it to be on the agenda is because I've heard from numerous citizens that are upset that we paid all the money before we got all the service. And so at least as the representative from Shiloh, who probably one of the last to get the service, I wanted to know what the will of the board was, maybe wait to pay the $150 until everything is lit up from this project. So that's where I'm bringing it for the discussion. So if anybody would like to make, we have obligated the money, we did promise it them, but for me, it's like, why would you pay for all the goods until you have all the goods?
Is it legal for us to withhold payment?
Mr. Stewart?
Madam Chair, I believe this is your local match that is required for the project.
Yeah.
Right. It's your local match that you are required to pay. I would not suggest you withhold payment returning.
And also, I know that the funds they're being paid to the Northern Neck Regional Broadband, the Planning District Commission, and they are not dispersing funds until the work is done.
Thank you for that clarification.
So it's going to the organization, not to All Points
No,
Broadband?
and they disperse the payments to All Points Broadband.
Mr. Stroud?
Sure, isn't the motion to move the money from the ARPA funding into the general fund first?
So it's to move the ARP money from the project line to the broadband initiative line.
And then to pay for it,
And
correct?
then to pay it,
Yes. So if you want to make that motion, go right ahead.
I would like to make a motion to move it from the ARPA line to the project line.
And to pay the invoice.
And well, if we can do it both together and authorize the distribution.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, just one thing, and I know you all did this differently, but I've always understood that when you're spending money, you have to have a roll call vote.
That's fine with me. I will. Okie dokie. All right. All those say aye or I'll do roll. How do you do? I haven't done them very much. It's just roll call.
Call the person's name and ask how they vote.
Mr. Sullins, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Stroud, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Davis, how do you vote?
Aye.
I vote aye. Chair votes aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
And thank you for bringing it. It just show we've properly due diligence for the citizens. Thank you. All right. Hold on. Transfer $7,705 from the general fund balance to the sheriff's office budget to purchase a replacement vehicle that was totaled by VACORP. Sheriff Giles, and thank you for staying too.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Madam Chair. First part of December, one of the deputies was on patrol when a tree actually fell into his path while he was traveling. He struck the tree with the vehicle. No injury was to the deputy, but VACOR did total the vehicle out. VACOR did provide a reimbursement of $42,500 for the vehicle. Sheehy Ford in Richmond is holding a new pursuit rated SUV, and the cost for that is in the amount of $44,000. Equipment inside the vehicle can be salvaged and installed in the new vehicle, if approved, for a cost of $5,250. And a replacement cost for the equipment that was damaged is $955. So the net cost to the county would only be that $7,705. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to request this to be moved to an action item tonight because, as I said, the crash happened in December. We've been hot seating, what I call hot seating a vehicle, which means two deputies are using the same vehicle, doubling up on the mileage on that vehicle until we could get that. And a lot of the reason behind that was at first the vehicle wasn't going to be totaled out. When they started tearing it apart, they found other things wrong. The readjuster came back in and decided that it was going to be totaled out. So by the time we got the funds, here we are today, almost 2 months behind. So what I'm asking for tonight is for the board to recommend or authorize the county to take the following actions. Transfer $7,705 from the general fund balance to the sheriff's office budget. And then also issue a purchase order to Sheehy in the amount of $44,000 for the new pursuit rated SUV.
Do we have any discussion? Any questions? And Mr. Stewart, one of my board members can just say so moved since Sheriff Giles said it so eloquently. Correct?
Can adopt the motion that the sheriff made, and that'd be just fine. As long as we have it in the minutes.
Yep. Do I have a motion?
I motion to adopt the motion that the sheriff made.
And do I have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? All those, is this a roll call too?
You're spending
Okay.
money, yes, ma'am.
I'm going to get used to this. So we're going to go roll call vote. Mr. Sullins.
Aye.
Mr. Stroud.
Aye.
Mr. Davis.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Thank you,
Paul.
Sheriff.
I appreciate it.
Madam Chair, I noticed it's coming up on 2200, which is supposed to be our shutdown time.
We can make a motion to.
I'd like to
finish
make a
this up.
motion that we extend by no more than 1 hour to finish up the,
Hour?
we should be able to knock this out in an hour.
Yeah, we will be.
That's what it is.
No more than 1 hour.
That's even too.
It's covering it.
Yeah.
Do I have, we'll get it done quicker. Don't worry, Mr. Stroud. Do we have a second? It's either that or we have to continue.
You want to end at 10?
How about we go for 10:30? It's like,
I'm saying no more than an hour. That does
true.
not contract us to stay till 2300.
Do I have a second?
I'll go with half an hour.
Okay, I'll retract my motion.
You make a motion, Mr. Stroud. You have to make a new motion.
I make a motion to extend the Board of Supervisors meeting tonight, 30 minutes till 10:30.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Second. We have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call, right? Nope. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Let's roll along. So next up is 0213 King George County Local Emergency Planning Committee, LEPC appointments. Captain Steve Lynn.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Before you have is a recommended list of appointments to King George County LEPC, Local Emergency Planning Committee. And I would like a motion for the board to consider making an action item to appoint these members to the committee. The LEPC is a group of industry, hazmat, public safety officials that meet and review the chemical hazards in the county with industry and other companies that would have chemical hazards. We meet and review the plans and work to build a better plan in order to respond to if there's an event at one of these facilities.
Can you add the folks' names just so they can quickly do a motion? Okay, so can I have a motion? Or do you have any questions first? Nobody has any questions. If you want, somebody would like to make a motion, we could adopt the whole slate, correct, Mr. Stewart?
Mr. Chairman, if you want to do that, you could just adopt a motion to approve those names presented to the King George County Local Emergency Planning Committee, I'm sorry.
You can say so moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. I have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much for staying around too. All right, 0214, establish a reassessment advisory committee to assist with tasks associated with the 2025 reassessment. Mr. Stewart.
Madam Chair, members of the board, in October of 2023, this board passed a resolution to create an advisory committee to help advise the board regarding the 2025 tax assessment. If you all choose to adopt this, the citizens can actually file an application and be a part of that, and you all get to interview them and decide who is on there.
Any questions, concerns? Do we have to have, we can vote on this tonight, correct?
Yes, you should have a resolution in your packet.
Right.
To adopt. I do not have that, but I believe you all do.
Yes, we do. I don't have, would somebody like to make a if we have any, do you have any questions? And if somebody would like to make a motion, you just follow the script on.
And it could just be to adopt the resolution to establish the advisory committee.
I make a motion that we establish a readvisement committee to assist with the tasks associated with the 2025 reassessment.
Second.
We have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any nays? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. We have 0215, Virginia Department of Health Agreement to fund King George County Health Department. Mr. Richard Stewart.
Madam Chair, although this isn't in the legal realm, I'll do my best to explain it. And I think you all realize because there's not a county administrator, I'm presenting things that probably out of my bailiwick, but I'll do my best. I think annually you all enter into an agreement with the Department of Health to fund the King George County Health Department. And this is a continuation of that effort. Virginia Department of Health has provided the county with this agreement to help fund the operations of the King George County Health Department for the current fiscal year 2023-2024. As it's for this year, VDH has already begun helping. VDH will pay up to $407,000 to support the county's health department. Under the agreement, the county is required to match the funds by paying $333,550, and they all have to be made in installments. I don't know if anybody's here from the health department that could answer questions. I'm afraid I can't answer any questions, but I can tell you that's what this agreement does.
Does anybody have any question, or would somebody like to make a motion?
I have a question. Was this budgeted or is this a new charge?
Ms. Hahn left. Mr. Franklin, do you know anything? I was just asking.
Madam Chair, if you have questions that we need of finance, I think you could ask this to the next meeting. I don't.
Yes, we can. It does. It's not time sensitive, is
I
it?
think it's urgent. No, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Fish, can you, is that the will of the board to move it to the next meeting?
Yes.
Can you put that on the, thank you.
And it might be good to have somebody here who can actually answer questions about this, if they have any.
All right, the next up is 0216, General Properties Building Lease Renewal.
Madam Chair, you all have an option to approve a continuation of this lease
General Properties Department is located inside a building that the county leases. And the lease agreement was originally made in February of 2018 for 2 years with a 2-year extension period. In 2020, the county extended that. In March 2022, the county and the building landlord agreed to an addendum to the lease to grant the county tenancy for 2 more years. With the addendum, the rental period ends in March 2024. The lease of the building is coming to an end in March of 2024, and you have 2 single-year renewals if you so choose to do that. Under the renewal, the rent would increase by 3%. You currently pay $1,908.08 per month to rent the building. The rent would go up to $1,965.32 for the 2024-2025 rental period.
Do you have any question? I mean, one clarification. This is one of the reasons why in the capital improvement, I know Mr. Collins and I have been pushing about having our own building near the sheriff's office in the new courthouse, because it doesn't make sense for us to rent. It is far away. The building is up near the landfill. It needs to be centralized, but we haven't built anything yet. So this is why it's needed, because that's where they store everything. Do you guys have more questions, or would you like it to be put to the next meeting and we can have somebody from General Properties come if you have questions?
What kind of space do they need?
I can't answer that question off the top of my head. I know they store equipment in it.
Store equipment in it.
Would you like to move it to the next meeting? Is it time sensitive, Mr. Stewart?
It's time sensitive. The lease ends in March 2024. So
I'm going to ask Mr. Clark, do you know what you might know, because you guys store stuff? Do you know what they store in that building exactly, or have any idea?
Their building has 2 garage spaces in it. So one side is workshop for the maintenance side, the other is for the ground side. So at this time of year, I know they're overhauling mowers, getting ready for the season. They rebulb some of the Christmas lights there. There's offices for both the director and the part-time administrative associate. So yeah, there's to pull them out right now. I don't know where else we would put them in the county.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clark. So this requires a motion, correct?
it does, and I think the landlord would just like to know the intention of the county since the lease is coming due.
Right.
So I move to approve using the first single year extension under the general property buildings lease 2022 addendum to increase the county's rent by 3% and allow the chairman of the board to sign the lease in the place of the county administrator.
For a 1-year renewal.
1 year.
Do I have a second?
Second.
And we have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? All right, with that being said, all those in favor say aye. Oh, another vote? You're going to have to help me to remember these.
I'm sorry, money, and if you adopt an ordinance, my understanding of the law.
You have to keep reminding me. It's going to take me a minute to remember. So, all right. So we will do it by roll call. Mr. Solons?
Aye.
Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Next up is, we tabled this, the last one. Do we want to have discuss? We tabled this during the Board of Directors, the resolution to rescind the service authority.
Madam Chair, this is the resolution to rescind the service authority for the Board of Supervisors. You all did carry it to the next meeting with the Board of Directors. I think just because it was, you like to wait to act.
Right.
People are aware of what's going on.
Right. So do we want to table this? We have any discussion on this matter? And what's the will of the board? Discuss it and bring it to the next meeting? Okay. Do anybody have any questions while we have it?
No.
All right. Well, then we'll move. Now I have a quick question, Mr. Stewart. The next 2 items, Dr. Boyd is not here right now, Ms. Hahn, so I would assume we move this to the next meeting, the ARPA funds.
They could be carried to the next meeting, to put on the next agenda.
Okay. Ms. Fish, can you put that one on the next agenda? And then 0219 is struck, correct? Or an update. So we don't really, Mr. Collins is not here for that part. So can we move that on?
Madam Chair, I'm not sure there's any update to give on that. I know that the board has advertised for the position and you've got applicants, but I think that's as far as that goes at this point.
Thank you for the clarification. All right, I will move to the secondary public comment to address meeting business matters only. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name and district when submitting your public comment so that it can be properly included in the public record. Is anybody here in the audience would like to come speak? And thank you for waiting.
Hi, this is Ana Maria Lobo. I live in Presidential Lakes.
Please, until we get
I want to thank you for the service to the county. I know it must be very hard for some of you, since you have not lived here for a long time, but you must learn about our county. Also, you might stop building things. The county had a debt of $120 million. In the 80s, 90s, did not have this debt. You need to pay more to the principal so the finance charge will be less. We need money for more important things like paid teachers, the sheriff's department, fire department, rescue squad, parks and recreation. These people are the best. I really appreciated the service because they keep us safe this county. Also, I don't know if I just hear that you say you had to sign it outside when you want to talk. I'm not sure that's what I understood, because I always talk. And remember, all of you working for the people of the King George, you're not working for yourselves. And I really appreciated that, but you had to listen. Also, as a matter of fact, the another supervisor sometimes meet people in the, Mrs. Bender, they meet people in the library. You need to listen to the people on King George, what they needed and what they wanted.
Thank you very much, and thank you again for staying to talk. Do we have anybody else who would like to come up and give public comment? Do we have anybody online, Mr. Dines?
No, Madam Chair.
All right, with that being said, I will close public comment. Do I have a motion for adjournment? And we have to remember, we have to adjust the date. Adjust the date.
Madam Chair, you'll meet tomorrow for budget work session.
Oh, yep, sorry, thank you. Go ahead. I was incorrect. Go proceed on. We just need a motion for adjournment. I forgot about the work session.
So I'll make a motion that we adjourn to Wednesday, February 7th, 2024 at 5:30 PM in the Robert H. Combs Boardroom.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion properly made and properly seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. We are adjourned. Thank you all for being with us.